Yes.
Good morning. Welcome to the August 17th, 2023 meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Balte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Present.
Board Member Chen,
Present.
Board Member Hirsch,
Present.
Board Member Thompson, present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next item is a public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address us on any item that's not on our agenda today?
Nothing for oral communications.
Thank you very much. Next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Staff, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
None today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item is city official reports. Could we have a report, please?
Good morning, board members. Claire Raybold, Senior Planner. And so upcoming items, we're expecting the NVCAP to come back for a second study session focusing on the Chapter 7 implementation and hoping to get a report out from the ad hoc committee as well on that day regarding a few items. I think rooftops and bird safe glazing in particular were key items for that ad hoc. I know Board Member Thompson was on that ad hoc. I think we were hoping you can kind of give any feedback to Board Member Chen to report out on that since you will no longer be with us. September 21st, we're expecting the fire station 3600 Middlefield Road to return with some modifications. We're also expecting a preliminary review for 425 High Street, which is an existing hotel looking to add another level with use of TDRs, transfer development rights. And this will just be a preliminary review of that application. Beyond that, we are expecting a number of items coming forward in October. Hope to have some of the housing projects back before you in particular. In terms of new projects, let me double check. Don't believe there's been any new projects added since last time. It seems like this might be missing a page. I need to double check. Oh, here, okay. I don't think there's any new ones. We tried to update just the status of all the projects in this most recent list. So if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleagues, we'll pick up our reporting out on projects at the end of our meeting, not right now. Just so everybody's aware of that. Okay, with that, we're going to start our first action item. That is a public hearing quasi-judicial for 800 San Antonio Road to consider the applicant's request for approval of a planned home zoning, a PHZ, to allow a rezoning to the planned community planned home zoning. Okay, the project includes a request for approval of a subdivision map to merge two adjacent lots to create a resulting 0.88 acre parcel and to construct 76 residential ownership units, 16 of which would be below market rate. The proposed building is 5 stories with 2 levels of subterranean parking. Before we get started, I'd like to ask if anyone has anything to disclose. We'll start with Board Member Hirsch.
Visited the site.
Wonderful. Board Member Rosenberg.
Visited the site.
I also visited the site this week.
I visited the site.
I also visited the site and wanted to let my board members know that I noticed there was adjacent to, so there's the property that we're reviewing today. And in our drawings, we have a proposed approved project that's right next to it. On that same elevation, they were showing 2 existing buildings in that drawing. But when I was walking through the site, I noticed that one of those buildings is also, there was a sign of a proposed new project for that building as well. So I just wanted to point that out. So that street elevation that's in our drawings would be different if that proposed project also gets approved.
Could we check in on that a little more
Are you-
carefully
Are
right
you
now?
referencing at 824 San Antonio?
I took a picture. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Or are you talking about the 788 San Antonio site on the corner?
I think it's 824.
Okay, yes, yeah. It is moving forward now. I think Emily could speak to that because she is the planner for that project as well.
I took a photo of the sign. I don't know if it's worth showing the elevation to my board members.
Is there any way to put this on the screen so everybody could see it?
Okay.
But we can certainly make sure that plan sets get updated.
So let me understand, this is the building to the left of the one today?
It's
So,
two over. It's
yeah, I
the-
am going to discuss it in the presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, never mind then. Okay.
Okay, great. If you're going to discuss it, then that's fine. Okay, so let's get a staff report on this project, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emily Callis. I'm the project planner for this project, which is 800 through 814 San Antonio Road. It is a planned community PC rezoning or planned home zoning PHC project. The location of this project is on San Antonio Road between Leghorn Street and East Charleston Road. It is in the Housing Incentive Program area, but it is not an HIP project since they're using the PHZ process to ask for exceptions from various development standards. There are other nearby projects, as Board Member Thompson was referencing. So there is the 788 San Antonio project that is on the corner to the south of this project, and then 824 San Antonio, which is 2 buildings to the north. Since there was interest, that project is an HIP project for senior housing. The application came in about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so it's earlier in its review stage than this project.
Emily, could, on this map in front of us right now, which is 824? Is there any way to point that out to us? Is it right, that building there?
It should be, I think it's this building. Yeah.
It's the Mayweather boxing.
Yeah, it's a
Building.
2-story
It's a
kind of
2-story.
yellowish building.
Wonderful, thank you.
Again, general project description, 5-story residential building with 76 for sale condominium units, 16 of which will be affordable based on the requirements of a PHZ project. And the project will also merge the 2 existing parcels, the 800 San Antonio parcel and the 808 to 814 San Antonio parcel as a separate process or simultaneous process. Because it is a PHZ, it is requesting certain exceptions to the development standards, which would be incorporated into the development standards for the PC zone. And so for this project, they are requesting a 2.99 floor area ratio where up to 1.0 is allowed, a 65% lot coverage where 50% is allowed, a 60-foot height limit where 50 feet is allowed. This is a 100% residential project. Typically 1,500 square feet of retail is required. And this project does result in the loss of some retail and commercial existing space. The open space requirements that are typically required for the CS zone is not met. And the balconies project 6 inches into the special setback. You may have also noticed in the plans that they project slightly into the rear setback as well, but this is allowed under the base zoning to have balconies project into the rear setback.
Excuse me, but how about the front setback? Is it allowed to project that much and or further into the front setback?
Right. So along San Antonio, it is a special 24-foot setback, and typically projections would not be allowed into special setbacks. And so they are asking for an exception for that. The proposed projection is relatively modest. It's only about 6 inches for 2 of the balconies. You may have noticed on the site plan that the site is a little more trapezoid, like that front setback's kind of diagonal in a sense. And so it's not consistent how much it's projecting.
Have there been,
Board Member Hirsch, let's let her finish her
yeah,
presentation.
well, okay, but I don't, I'll
We'll
forget.
have a
it if-
chance. I promise to give you, no, jot them down. You'll get a chance.
Well, remind me.
This slide is showing both the ground floor floor plan and one of the upper floor floor plans. As an example, the upper floors are similar, though there are some minor differences between them. On the ground floor, the entrance to the parking garage is on the left side near the property line, and the residential amenity space such as the gym are pushed towards the street, and there's a central courtyard providing the majority of the available common open space. On the upper floors, most of the units have a outdoor balcony, which I will also discuss later when I talk about the available open space. However, some of the ground floor units do not have rear private open space because that area is required for drainage bioswale. Again, this is the site plan generally showing where the planted area is on the site. For the height exception, they are asking for a height limit of 60 feet, which would be 60 feet to the top of the parapet and an additional couple of feet to the top of the mechanical enclosure. We typically would not count the rooftop material towards the maximum height of the building. There's usually some amount of exception for additional height. And there is no daylight plane requirement since this building is more than 150 feet away from other residential zones. So although 788 San Antonio is a residential project, it's not a residential zoning district. The next couple of slides show the proposed elevations and the proposed materials. You also have a physical material board here in the chambers today. They're proposing fiber cement panels as well as metal panels to accent metal trim and glass on the railings of the balconies. This shows the front elevation on the top and the rear elevation on the bottom. And these show the two sides. The upper one is the left side. So the kind of blank wall that you would see is the ramp down to the garage near the bottom. And then the other side is the side facing 788 San Antonio. This is a streetscape showing the proposed project next to the approved 788 San Antonio. I did want to clarify that the height of 788 San Antonio is 50 feet. There may be a different number in the staff report. I hadn't initially correctly accounted for the distance between grade and finished floor. The proposed 800 San Antonio project is very, very close to grade, but 788 San Antonio is actually stepped up about 2 or 3 feet. So there's about a 10-foot height difference between the two buildings. As I mentioned earlier, this project is asking for an exception from the retail preservation ordinance. And this project is requesting that no retail be required. This image is showing the existing structures, which include the enterprise rent-a-car and a spa. In terms of open space, what is proposed is most units have a balcony that's between 70 and 130 square feet. Most are 5 feet deep, where typically 6 feet is the minimum dimension for private open space. And the usable space of the shared courtyard is about 1,900 square feet. The setback areas are not currently programmed as usable space. The front setback is proposing grass essentially, but not turf grass, the kind of drought tolerant puffy grass. And as mentioned previously, the open space in the rear yard setback is required for drainage and also not programmed as usable space. This slide just goes over the PHZ process since it is a little more complicated than other planning entitlements. The project started with a pre-screening that was back in August of last year. After the formal application and a couple rounds of staff review, which is ongoing as there are some unresolved comments from various departments, there was the initial Planning and Transportation Commission hearing in June, and now we are here at the first ARB. The process for the future is after we get a recommendation from you, it would go back to the PTC for their recommendation to council. And public comments are accepted at all public hearings and any time throughout this process, primarily by emailing me. As I mentioned earlier, this is in the area that had been planned for the housing incentive program. When that project or when that code change was approved, there was an EIR analyzing it. And this proposed project for 800 San Antonio is fairly consistent with what the EIR had anticipated, although it is a larger amount of floor area. It's a similar number of units. And so we are preparing an addendum to that EIR to allow this project as a, and so the addendum is the type of CEQA document that is required as opposed to, you know, an initial study mitigated negative declaration or doing another EIR or something. And so as a part of that, we are not expecting new or more significant impacts would occur as a result of this project, though that is still under analysis, and it would be required to comply with all adopted mitigation measures consistent with 788 San Antonio and other future projects in this area. And so today we are asking for the Architectural Review Board to provide feedback on the project design and continue the hearing to a date uncertain. And that concludes my presentation. The project applicant is here. We have Mark Donahue in the chambers, and we have architect Jordan Rose on Zoom as well.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you for your very clear presentation as well. I'd like to give an opportunity to ask questions of staff before we get on to an applicant presentation. Board Member Hirsch, you were asking about the balcony setbacks, just to remind you.
Right.
So why don't you continue with that question that you had?
Yeah, so Emily, so I think you've answered the rear setback issue, but the front setback, is it possible does the planning department allow for a greater balcony extension into the front setback?
So it would be something that would be considered as a part of these PHZ exceptions,
Great. Okay.
which means that in addition to being considered here, it would need approval by council. Since it is a special setback, there is interest in potentially considering if there's an opportunity to expand bike infrastructure along 788 San Antonio, but that's something that is still being discussed by the Office of Transportation. We don't have specifics on what that would look like at this time.
That sort of raises a question that I do have, which I was going to present to you, is that moving ahead or not? Because it seems like this is incredibly important at this point.
Nothing is currently in the works for that. So your comments on that are highly encouraged. Just to kind of clarify a little bit more on the balcony, I mean, they're asking for an exception. So if you think that the balcony should,
Got it.
an exception is an exception.
Mhm.
We certainly don't necessarily want to encourage more encroachment, but, if you think it's appropriate to encroach 1 foot to make it more usable versus 6 inches, maybe it makes sense to do that.
Just,
know.
I read a comment by, I don't know whom, actually, where it came from, but about this issue, about increasing it. And so maybe we could address it as well. I think we ought to. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's basically all, although I have,
Yep.
yeah.
This is just for staff. Any questions based on their report? Anybody else? Board Member Rosenberg?
Thank you. And again, thank you for the presentation. It was perfect. I do have a question about the CS zone versus the PHZ. So basically the CS zone allows for 50 feet of height, correct? And the PHZ also asks for 50 feet, but they will allow for an exception. Is that the difference between the two, that the CS won't allow for an exception and a PHZ will?
Good question.
Yes, so the CS zone is what the property is currently zoned. The PHZ process is a rezoning
Mhm.
where essentially council is allowed to approve a greater height or increase to the regular development standards for the purpose of providing a public benefit. In this case, for the PHZ projects, the benefit is more housing units.
Right. So but the PHZ has not been granted yet?
No, it's simultaneous
Got
because the development standards are basically crafted around what the proposed project is.
Got it. So in that situation, if the PHZ is approved, then the 60-foot height could be granted with that PHZ rezoning, and it wouldn't actually be an exception anymore. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Board Member Chen?
Yeah, hi. Thanks. So I have a question about the retail preservation ordinance. Could you please talk more about it? Is there like a ratio or minimum square footage requirement for retail?
Yes, so typically the retail preservation ordinance citywide is to retain as much square footage as there is retail or retail-like uses as defined in the code, what those uses are. And when a new building is being proposed, they would typically be required to provide an equal amount of retail and retail-like space. For certain housing projects, including this one, rather than replacing the full amount, there is an option to replace 1,500 square feet, or that would be the minimum to provide in a mixed-use building. And then for this project specifically, they're asking for an exception to provide none.
Yeah, so just to add to that, the code gives a partial waiver for exclusively residential projects with a high density exclusively residential, so 30 dwelling units per acre or more. And in this case, it meets that. So the code would, under the current code, it would be required to replace 1,500 square feet and make it a mixed use project essentially. Just like 788 San Antonio did. But again, yeah.
Further question. So if the retail is included, required in this project, then the parking count would be different, right?
Yes, if retail was, if the scope of the project was changed to incorporate retail, the parking would also likely need to change accordingly.
Let me double check the code as we're talking, because there is an allowance to not provide the parking for a certain amount of the retail, and I can't recall the exact amount, so I'll find that as we're talking. I can't remember if it's the full 1,500 square feet or only a portion of that.
Additionally, the project is currently parking to the regular code requirements. That's actually why it didn't get mentioned in the presentation, because they're just meeting what our typical requirements are. There could also be an option to do, a TDM to reduce the parking to accommodate retail space as well.
Further question, how about the restaurants? If there is
So
program.
a restaurant or food service use would be considered retail-like and could count towards that requirement. Although, yes, as you are probably thinking, it has a different parking requirement than other types of retail.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'd like to extend that question. a little
Let's
bit.
let Ozma go first.
Okay, fine.
Board Member Thompson?
Okay, yeah, it'd be good to know how the parking would change in terms of like how much more parking would probably be required. The other question I had was, and it doesn't have to be now, maybe it could be after the applicant's presentation, but I would like the rest of the board members to see what 824, the proposal for 824 looks like. I think it's probably online somewhere.
Yes, definitely. I can have that available for screen share. Yeah, if you'd prefer to do it after the applicant's presentation, that's fine.
Right, however long, yeah, I'm sure it'll take a minute to find it, so. But I think that's important for us to look at.
I agree. Let's get that up at some point during our meeting. Any other questions?
Yes.
David, go ahead.
Yeah. It sounds to me like the issue of the commercial is sort of fungible in some way. It's kind of not so specific. So I'm wondering if in terms of planning's policy, how do you determine which project will be required to have commercial and which ones won't? Without prejudicing this particular project at the moment, just in general, how is that determined?
So all projects are, if they are removing, they are required to have it. It's up to council to decide if they're going to grant that allowance or not. I think there was mixed feedback on that at pre-screening about some concerns raised by both members of the public as well as some of the council members about that ground floor retail. I guess going back to board member Rosenberg's questions about PC to maybe add some more clarity. Again, the planned community or planned home zoning is really about weighing the requested exceptions to the code and what they're proposing as part of their project to the public benefits. And so what council will be deciding at the end is, do the public benefits match kind of what they are requesting? And so it's all a question of, how many exceptions are being requested? How much are they asking for over the code? Does that warrant, are the public benefits that they're proposing in terms of the housing, the affordable housing? And I think in this case, this project came in with 20% as moderate originally, and now they're proposing a mix of, income levels. So providing some of those units to very low income and low income, which is a little bit harder. That deeper affordability is harder for the city to achieve for our RENA allocation. And so they are proposing that as a public benefit for the project. And so the question is that acceptable for the trade-offs, or, what else would they need to provide if it's not enough? And so.
Excellent answer. Thank you.
Just since it's convenient, this is the 824 San Antonio front facade. Again, this is, as submitted, first round of review. It's 4 stories, 50 feet in height. It's hard to tell from this, but the right side is curved. There's like a curved element there.
Is there a 3D view? There was a 3D view in the image when I was walking down the street.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Mhm.
Thanks for bringing that up. So this will be one building over, so not directly adjacent, but one building over.
Correct. I believe there's a different car rental place that's between the two.
Okay, to my colleagues, this is very interesting, but let's remember that we have a project in front of us and we have to judge it on the application that's in front of us. I
Correct,
don't
but we
want
do,
us to be comparing or anything like that to this project right now.
correct, but we
Um,
do appreciate the context.
Oh, yeah, and I think we might want to come back to that image, but just keep that in mind, to be fair to the applicant, what we're looking at. I have a follow-up question, if I could, on the PHC zoning. The idea is to provide a public benefit. And the thought process is that high density, perhaps below income, affordable housing is a public benefit. Is retail considerable as a public benefit as well? Is it fair to think of it that way? Same thing would be for, say, additional bike lanes, even perhaps off-site. Could that be construed as a public benefit?
Certainly bike lanes could be considered a public benefit, helping to provide bike lanes. The retail, I don't think we would highlight that as a public benefit of the project, especially because it is a requirement of the code. So we wouldn't treat that as a public benefit, but there's certainly, some value in it, I suppose.
But
I don't-
it's reasonable to be recommending that public benefits be construed more broadly, perhaps than just housing. Okay, I've heard members of the council say the same thing. My other question is regarding the environmental impact report. As I understand it, we have one for 788 San Antonio, or is it the same report that was prepared for the hotel up the road a few years ago?
So the 788 San Antonio project, when they went through the process, they evaluated the full housing incentive program being applied to the San Antonio corridor. And as part of that, because by applying the HIP, it could result in additional projects such as this, we had to analyze what the potential was in applying that HIP. And so as part of that, we evaluated, what the potential is kind of on each of these sites using some assumptions about floor area and stuff like that. I think for this one, it assumed, I want to say 94 units. Is that accurate?
I think it was, yes, I believe it was a higher number of units than what is being proposed because this project is providing the 2 and 3 bedroom sized units. So they're larger than.
And the reason thank you. The reason we're having to amend the EIR is because one of these 2 parcels is not in the HIP designated area.
No, so
correct?
this project, it exceeds the floor area that was anticipated
I see.
because the EIR anticipated maximum build out under what the HIP zoning requirements are. So in that case, it's a 2.0 FAR, and this project is proposing a 2.99 FAR. So the addendum is to account for the additional floor area
Wonderful.
and to be a little more project specific.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm asking about that is because I recall quite a bit of community comment regarding the traffic analysis along San Antonio based on the EIR reports and the additional development, and a lot of people feeling unsatisfied. The new procedure that was being used to measure the traffic seemed unclear or perhaps inaccurate. Is that going to be looked at again as part of this amendment, and perhaps bicycle traffic as well? Is that all going to be considered once more? What's the scope of this amended study?
It would be helpful for me to go and get what that exact assumed unit number was in the EIR, but because what is anticipated, the 76 that's proposed as a part of this project is less than that, we are assuming that it will have a less or equal traffic impact as what was previously analyzed.
Yeah, so no, we wouldn't expect that it would revisit all of those things, except to the extent that we're providing kind of more detail. We would certainly be looking at just the site-specific conditions, circulation on the site, where they're putting the driveway access and stuff, and any safety measures that should be considered as part of that. But yeah, as Ms. Callis mentioned, we wouldn't expect that it's going to require reanalysis.
Do you recall what the date was of that traffic study for the HIP environmental impact report?
I would have to go back
Okay,
and
we'd have to
look.
look into that. See, I'm pressing on this because it's such a critical thing to many members of the community, and it's important for us to get it right.
Yeah, so the EIR, well, this is the final. I might need to see what date the draft is, but the final is dated October 2020.
2020. So that's almost 3 years ago now was the date of the final draft. And that's based on a traffic study that was done previous to that even.
Yes, but the traffic study looks at project plus background. It looks at the cumulative scenario in that expecting build out over a certain period of time, usually like about a 10-year period. I'd have to look at what was analyzed in this particular scenario, but it had already anticipated the future build out with, I think it was 800 units actually on this corridor. So
Okay, well, thanks very much. I don't want to drive on that any further. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Sorry, one more quick one, just again for context. So with the 788 San Antonio, can you just tell us, does their traffic enter on the right side or the left side of the front facade of their building?
sorry, say that one more time.
Sorry to
Which
have
one?
the pop quiz on this,
788?
not this project. I'm just trying to understand where the traffic entry points are going to be along this road. So, on this project that we're analyzing, they've placed it on the left. For the project directly to the right of it, the 788 San Antonio, where's their traffic entry? Is that on the right or the left?
Yeah, it's on, since that project is on the corner, their entry is on, I think it's Leghorn.
Okay, got it. Perfect. And then 824 San Antonio will be somewhere right in the middle. Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks very much.
Okay, let's move on to the applicant. Thank you for your patience. We're trying to get this one right. So the applicant if you'd like to make a presentation, we'd like to hear what you say about your project. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes to speak, please.
Sorry, yeah, you said state and spell?
Yes, please.
Okay.
They transcribe it. And we want to get it
So
right.
first question is, how do I hook up here? I brought my computer.
You have a panelist?
Yeah, in your email, you.
Oh, okay. So
Join the Zoom.
sorry, did not know that. This is going to take a second. In the meantime, Mark Donahue, Lowney Architecture, MARKDONAHUE.
Thank you. Okay, we'll give you a minute to get set up.
Thank you. And is there a network security key? Just Wi-Fi. This one? This one, okay, great, thank you. All right, let's see if I can make the connection. I think I got one from Emily. Okay, great. Go. There it is. Look at that. Expand this. Oh, God, I even have my mouse here. What am I doing? Limping along.
Recording in progress.
All right. Here. Test. Is that better? No echo? Thank you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for listening to our story this morning. As I stated earlier, my name is Mark Donahue. I'm the design director at Lowney Architecture. We are a Bay Area architectural firm that has done quite a bit of work in the South Bay as well as the East Bay. And we're here today to talk about this project at 800-808 San Antonio Road. And I just want to start by saying that I'm going to give a little bit of a preamble, and it will be repeating some of the information that Emily gave you, but if you'll bear with me, we'll just take a slightly different angle on that information. It's the wrong one. Sorry, let me get the presentation up. There you go. All right. So the context here is that the entire Bay Area, all of California, we're currently in a housing crisis. We have failed every year to build enough housing to suit our population. As it has started to get to the point where it's beginning to impact our ability to create jobs in the state. And so one of our goals here is to provide housing, and also to provide housing for what is a critically missing portion of the housing database, which is what we'd characterize as the missing middle. This is a central location. It's currently very urbanistic, very urban in character, and so we feel like it's very appropriate. This project is a match with future development, as we're seeing this entire block is turning to housing of different sorts. And it's switching from a light industrial zone, which as it's closer to the core of the community, is probably not as appropriate a use as it was in the past. And we also wanted to introduce a high-end contemporary design just as a nod to the future and not looking back to the past. So here's the location for those of you who are not familiar. It's located very close to major transportation. It's close to the 101, so there's easy access to the freeway. And then, of course, Middlefield and then further the El Camino Real provide access to all points around. It is right on the border with Mountain View. And so there is somewhat of an assumption that in the future, Mountain View will also be looking at potentially developing this area for housing, since all cities in the Bay Area are struggling to meet their RHNA goals. Just in terms of some of the specifics, the proximity to any kind of residential zoning, we are outside that 700-foot radius. There is a development across the street that is a residential use, though it's in a different zone, and we're still about 350 feet away. There's Mountain View. Currently, that area is large box retail and industrial in the orange zone there. And then I think Emily did a much better job explaining PHZ than I could ever do. But essentially, what we see it as is a vehicle for encouraging denser potential housing and not necessarily commercial near jobs, near transit, and near services. There's 20% inclusionary requirement. The project actually achieves 21%. So we've upgraded that requirement because we see the importance of that. This is really a rare opportunity to offer for sale product to moderate and low income households. It's almost unheard of. the zoning does provide some flexibility on the development standards, which you've already asked some questions about and what we'll address a little bit more later. So I'm not going to stress that too much. This particular site was identified in housing element as an opportunity site. You can see it here on our list. And so that is how we ended up here with an opportunity site. So a site that was targeted for housing development and targeted at 30 dwelling units per acre. That's what we're showing to you today. And then here's a look ahead. Even though we did not have the plans for 824, we speculated on what the block would look like in the future. Obviously 788, we had a lot of information about it, but given the development standards, this massing that you're seeing here gives a relatively realistic picture of what the future of San Antonio might look like. And then just some sense of what's around. I almost wish we had a back door because that Ace Hardware is one of my favorite places to hang out. But there are definitely a number of retail uses within 3/4 of a mile, half of a mile. And in fact, I don't think I did a diagram of this, but we're a mile away from a major park and 3/4 of a mile from one of the minor neighborhood parks. So there is some opportunity for local recreation. As a person who's raised 3 children, it's not let's get in the stroller and walk to the park. It's let's get in the van and drive to the park kind of access, but fairly common, I think, in the Bay Area. Here's our site plan, and this just outlines the special setback in the orange here. This is a zone that has been reserved by the city for some kind of future development, whether it is, I think bike lanes is probably the one that is most on everyone's mind, but it did have an effect on how we treat the frontage and how we treated some of the operations. And it has been a challenge. We can get into those details later. This is the latest landscape plan. I know that when we were talking to Planning and Transportation, one of their concerns was about the urban heat island effect. And as a result of their feedback, we've already made some edits. We've included an area in the front of low shrubs and planting. And then also we've planted another row of trees, these ones that are hexagonal. The symbol is hexagonal. The trees will not be hexagonal. Those are a new addition to, first of all, give a sense of layering from the street trees to the site and also to provide shade, especially on that west side, which, as we all know, these days in the afternoon, it can get pretty intense. There's you can see a very interesting interior courtyard. And here, let me get to a detail of that. And the courtyard has several functions. One is to have a large open space that can be shared by the community of the building. But we've also designed it in a way that, and I'll show you some illustrations later, this can be seen from the street. Our lobby is a double height space. It is transparent with glazing for the full height. And so as you look in from the street, you will see this area of activity as well. And I think what it does is it adds another dimension to the streetscape. So instead of just walking along a series of blank facades, you come to these moments where suddenly the inner life of the building is revealed to you. And so it's something that's very important to us. The other thing is that for all the residents who have a courtyard unit, this will be what they're looking down upon. So it's something that's got a higher aesthetic value than if it was just paving or the roof of a garage. The ground floor, I think Emily showed this earlier, and we're going to come back to this topic of retail because I know that it's been a very, it is a challenge and something of interest to many people. And I'll talk about some of the reasons that we did not include retail. One of the things that we do as a firm is we do a lot of retail. We do big box retail, we do retail shopping centers, we do small retail renovations, restaurants. And what we can say is that this is a terrible location for retail. And I just want to tell you a few reasons why. The first one is there's no parking. Even if you were to park in the garage, retail thrives on parking right in front of their front door, unless they're part of a large shopping center where there's a large field of parking. Somebody coming to retail here in their car, we have no idea where do I park to engage this retail. So the other part of it is, okay, you've got a whole building of residents and you've got a whole neighborhood walking by. This is just one of the hard facts of retail, and I think downtown Palo Alto is a major exception to this, but everywhere else you go in the Bay Area, there are empty storefronts, just begging for somebody to lease them. And the reason they don't is because there's no foot traffic. And the foot traffic you would have to have here for this size of retail, even if it was a very popular restaurant, a destination restaurant, you would really need a much larger area of people to bring in than the population of the building or even the neighborhood can provide. So I just wanted to plant those thoughts. I know that the romance of active retail is always in our minds, and we as retail developers love to see it. We also have encountered the reality of it. This is the reality. So we have on the ground floor, you can see the frontage is primarily active uses. In addition to the lobby, we have our gym and we have a clubhouse facing plus one unit that is tucked in the corner here. We also have the entry to our parking garage. Upper levels.
If I could interrupt you, your
Yes,
10 minutes,
please.
your 10 minutes is up. I'll give you no more than a minute to wrap up.
Okay, this is going to have to be very fast. Sorry. All right. Family style units. So 2 and 3 bedrooms. Roof. The roof is pretty congested with mechanical and solar. There's our subterranean, got stacker parking. And then just in terms of the composition, we have base, middle, top. We divide it into vertical striping to break down the mass and scale. There's the portal. You can see it from the front. There's a view looking through the lobby into the courtyard. And then here is the 788 comparison. And you can see we picked up that vertical rhythm, repeated it, but in a unique way. And actually looking at the 824, the whole street will have that aspect. Rear elevation, side north elevation. So this would be on the left facing from the street. And then the south elevation with some additional articulation from shading.
Wonderful. Thank you for
Thank
wrapping
you.
that up. Appreciate it.
I do.
We'll give an opportunity to any members of the board who'd like to ask questions of the applicant. Do I have any questions? Board Member Thompson?
I do, but I was kind of wondering if we could hear from the public first, because I feel like I might have more questions after that, potentially.
Anyone else have a question specifically for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll move to public testimony. Okay, why don't we open the meeting
No,
then?
excuse me. Yes.
Yes.
But is it okay if we ask them afterward, or?
Well, I'm trying to give other members an opportunity if they think of a
Okay.
question specific to this building. We're going to ask the public to speak, and that may raise additional questions, and we'll do a round of
Well, we
questions then if necessary.
Wait till after
We're
that.
happy to- Okay, so why don't we not ask questions now? Let's ask the applicant to sit down. We will open the meeting to public comment. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Veronica, do we have any members of the public who wish to address us on this item?
Yes, I have one speaker card from Joan Larrabee.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. If you could please be sure to state and spell your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank
Good
you.
morning, I'm Joan Larrabee, Larrabee. I live at the Palo Alto Greenhouse, 777 San Antonio Road. I've been there, sold my house and bought a condo. One thing is not clear about this is this going to be condos? Started out at 800 to be condos, and when it was only going to be 20 condos and 3 stories, and it grew like Topsy, and still is not clear as to whether this is going to be condos for sale. I mean, you've got 2 and 3 bedrooms in there, or is it going to be rentals with a site manager? That's just a lot of things not being answered here or questioned. I've lived in my condo for many years. I'm retired from the city of San Jose. The last 12 years were spent doing traffic engineering studies. So of course, I'm looking at the roadway, which is only 4 lanes wide with no bicycle lanes, even though very ironically, each unit is going to have a 1 bicycle parking space. There is no bus service. The county took the bus service off. County Transit took it off years ago. One of the reasons I bought my condo was because there was a county bus stop right in front of 777. It's too congested to have a bus stopping. No bike lanes. And as you go on San Antonio Road to go to northbound 101, the 2 lanes going north as it crosses Charleston becomes only 1 lane. So the traffic keeps backing up from the freeway across Charleston, somewhat across Charleston, definitely at Leghorn, where our driveway is and where at the corner. Okay, so no bike lanes, no bus service. This is what, 10 feet taller? Is this what I understand? 10 feet taller than what's allowed? 60 feet taller than the 2 Marriott hotels, which have setbacks. Remember, you all had the Marriott hotels go back, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors go back. Looks very nice. And you all listen to us, it's all landscaped in front. This is even taller. We live in a multifamily housing unit. I like living in a multifamily housing unit. The older I get, I like seeing small children run around. But this is not that kind of a place. This is 76 units jammed in with no open space except up on the roof. I don't think I'd take a 3-year-old up on top of a roof, 60 feet in the air. That's not good. But again, like I said, I live in multifamily housing. I encourage it. Every time I've spoken about San Antonio corridor, I've encouraged residential.
Excuse me, you've reached your time limit. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
30
please.
seconds. I just think this is too tall, too crowded. I would like to see it reduced in height, reduced in units, and to be clarified as to whether they're talking about selling these as condos or renting. If they're renting, are they going to have an on-site manager? And I'd still need to know what school district it's in because the boundary goes right through the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else from the public who would like to speak?
Three.
3 minutes? Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Chris Brosnan.
Yes, Chris Brosnan is my name. I just want to say I appreciate,
If you could please spell your name for the record. And then you'll
Sure,
have
it's,
3 minutes to speak.
it's Brosnan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I appreciate the applicant having a decent mix of below market rate units. I think that's exactly what we need. I don't think that we actually need any market rate units in Palo Alto. That seems kind of superfluous and adding to the problems that we already have. Unfortunately, this is really not an appropriate place to have a giant building. As you may know, the water table is about 10 to 15 feet under the ground here. And typically a single residential development will take about 20 to 30 million gallons of water out of the ground. And that's because there's a river of water that flows from the hills into the bay here. And basically what you're doing by, dragging it up and stuff is you're filling in the bay. It's just the part that you can't really see. Now, I know nobody would want to have a landfill project here. There hasn't been a landfill project approved or even floated by anybody in Palo Alto in a long time. But that's basically what this is you're dredging up a huge amount of water. And what you're going to have to do is build a dam across this entire corridor to keep the water from coming, because it'll just keep coming in and it will damage the foundation if you don't do that. So, I mean, obviously, I would love for there to be some more, nice multifamily units here. That's a great idea, but I'd urge you to not allow, extra exceptions to height and wow, 2 underground stories of parking. Wow, that's really not going to be good for the environment around here. Unfortunately, I wish that it was a great place for that, but it's really not. Um, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's enough space for people to be walking around and stuff. I mean, we live at the greenhouse, we have about 10 units an acre, and there's just about enough space for kids to play and for people to congregate. And then you'd notice, well, if there was less space though, like there would be traffic jams and people wouldn't really be able to get out here. So, I mean, kind of seems like a lot of units to be shoving in and then saying this is like a beautiful, wonderful place for people to walk around and stuff. It's very urban, which is fine, but like I said, it's really not a good place for that. There's definitely better places in Palo Alto. As you get farther away from the bay, you get higher up from that water table. So really, I would like to see this stuff pushed away, but I think people are pushing it towards the periphery of Palo Alto because less people in Palo Alto live there. This is kind of the edge of Palo Alto. And so people have historically pushed these larger projects over here, but it's really not a good place for it. Like I said, running out of time here. There's so many things to talk about with this project, but thank you very much for listening to me and I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else from the public who would like to speak?
Yes, one on Zoom, John Petrilla. If you can unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
So this is John Petrilla.
Good morning. If you could please state and spell your name for the record.
First name is John, John, Petrilla, P as in Peter, Etrilla.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
So I thank you for this opportunity to speak. There are some things, I commented on the original EIR, I think some 30 comments, most of which were dismissed. I thought Mr. Singh was acting more as a champion for the project than as an objective reviewer of the comments. He seemed to not be particularly concerned with the substance of the comments, but was just looking for ways to dismiss them. So I hope any further reviews of the EIR, the reviewers look for the substance of the comment and not just a way to brush them off. There are several things that I think we would appreciate seeing more of. But to begin with, I think housing is going to be coming into this area. So let's make it attractive and successful and not, become an eyesore or burdensome to the people who already live in the neighborhood. So let's look for ways to make this more or less attractive. But one thing that is not addressed is traffic. I mean, you mentioned traffic. What you didn't mention is traffic patterns for children going to school. What's not identified are the school districts, the elementary schools, and how the children would be getting from this project and from the other foreseeable projects. How are they going to get across San Antonio Road and Middlefield Road at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning during high car traffic areas? So I think that's been deficient and that needs to be added to the plan. I appreciate the fact, another aspect is this part of Palo Alto is deemed to be deficient in Canopy. Canopy is a wonderful organization in Palo Alto, and they should be used as a resource, and we should be trying to increase the Canopy coverage and not maintains the current status of being deficient. So when we're putting in street trees, I hope we're going to be putting in native California trees. I think you are, but when I look at your planning plan, there maybe only one or two California native trees. You should be able to do better. And you shouldn't give the developer time to, or the ability at the last minute to change the choice of street trees. And I see that I'm running out of time.
You are.
So thank you for your, oh, am I overtime? Or
You are over time. If you could wrap up, please.
yeah, so again, let's try to make this a successful project. Let's make it attractive as possible. And again, we pay attention to the tree selection. Let's try to use California natives, and let's try to use landscaping that is friendly to pollinators.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
No, that's it.
Okay, we'll close this meeting to public testimony. Then I'll bring it back to the board for any questions of the applicant or the public at this point. Go ahead, Board Member Thompson.
Okay. Yeah, some questions for the applicant. Can you confirm there's no open space on the roof, right?
No, there's all the open spaces at the ground level.
Okay, thanks.
Except for the balconies, which are, there is a balcony for every unit. And the only exception is on the ground floor. Some have patios, but some do not.
Okay, thanks. And can you confirm if the basement or the garage encroaches on the new trees in the front lawn?
No, the trees in the front are planted in native soil.
And the garage, so the garage doesn't go beyond to encroach in those roots at all?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so it's held back a bit?
Yes.
And then I had a question on the perforated, the blue panel. How are those? So it seems like those are fins.
That's right.
And so those are just going to be mounted on the fiber cement panels?
Yeah, there's several different ways to detail that. Typically, what we do is we affix a bracket, and either the bracket is behind the panels or it's mounted on top. I think for a project like this, we would consider doing it behind with a slot that allows the panel to come through.
Okay, so the fins will slot in to the cement panel.
We're not at that point yet in the project, but that is a more refined detail, and I think we would want to look for the front facade to do that.
And this blue panel is also being used as shading on the south facade?
It is.
Okay, thank you. And from the street on San Antonio, it was a little unclear in the plans. Is there a view to the courtyard through the lobby from the street?
That's right. So the lobby is double height, and it's glazed on both the exterior facing San Antonio and on the side facing the courtyard. Especially under certain lighting conditions at night, it would be much more transparent. In the morning, it's likely that you would be able to see into the courtyard from the street. And then in the afternoon, because the glass will be somewhat reflective, you'll be aware of it, but it'll be harder to see.
Okay, thank you. And kind of while we're talking about the street level, I've noticed that there isn't a lot of storefront glazing on the street level. So in terms of the street character, can you speak a little to the design intent for what that street character should be, or what you're intending for?
Sure. I think the challenge, of course, is that in any residential building that doesn't have a side street to refer to or to access, all of the service elements want to be on the front of the building. And so you've got your transformer, you've got your bicycle storage, all these things want to be on the front. And so a portion of the building is really given over to that. We've tried to mitigate it with the landscape and with plaza-like paving. But I would say that the main entry is a large two-story transparent view into the building. We've used colored glass to give it some sparkle on the elevation. And then the community spaces that are located to the right and south of that are also very large windows facing onto protected courtyards. So as you pass this on the street, I don't think the overall feeling is one of solidity. It's still going to be transparent and active with those functions that are primarily from the lobby south.
I see. Okay. And then in terms of at nighttime, the hotels down the street have some lighting concepts for nighttime. Do you have some design intent for how this building would look at nighttime? There's several different things that we're contending with. One is that on residential, you're somewhat more limited in terms of uplighting, any kind of lighting that might intrude into the residences. On the flip side, you have the sense of the life of the building being projected out when people just have their lights on. And so there isn't a lighting concept per se that says, hey, we're going to light the building. We, as a practice, we try to avoid lighting that lights up the sky. And I think that is a very common practice, is to have light that illuminates the building. We would not do that. We would primarily focus the lighting on what's on the interior. And then at the ground level, there will be some down lighting. And then the lobby itself will be a beacon. And that's it for my questions.
Okay, any other members of the board?
Yeah.
Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I have some questions. So could you please clarify the garbage collection method? I saw there is a loading zone in front of the trash room underground. So will the garbage truck go inside the garage?
No, as part of the building management, we would have the trash brought during collection periods to the surface. And we're still working through the exact location of where the bins would reside when the truck came to pick it up. The challenge here, of course, is that if we put the trash room on the front facade, then you're just consuming 20 or 30 feet of the facade with utility doors. And so the decision was made to have the trash processing in the first basement level and then brought to the street on collection day. And that would be the responsibility of the building management.
Okay. And for the storage space underground, are they occupied? Are they tenant occupied or they're?
Yeah, those would be for rent to the tenants.
Okay. And on the ground level, is there an elevation difference between the ground floor and the street level?
There is when you get to the residential area, but at the front of the building, the elevation is generally equivalent. There'll be a slight differentiation for drainage, but the lobby floor and the corridor leading to the community space and the gym, all of those are essentially at grade. And then you ramp up to the residential units. So there's one residential unit that is at grade as well, but the rest of them will be slightly elevated.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you please clarify where the ramp is or?
Would be internal. Let me go to the ground floor. And it only shows up as a dash line here, but over in the lower left corner, that corridor that goes from left to right and the one above that goes from left to right, those would slope slightly in order to elevate those floors slightly above grade.
Emily, could we please bring up a plan on the screen so the public can see what he's talking about?
So the rest,
We're getting that up. It'll take a second.
Board Member Chen, can we come back to this particular question? I
Yeah,
think it's
sure.
very important that everyone understand
yeah, sure.
what we're talking about, but let's, any other questions you have, let's continue with whatever else you have to ask.
And on the elevation sheet, A 3.0 and A 3.1. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I just read the number wrong. Okay, it's fine. Sorry about that. So for the materials, you show the patterns here for the screen. So
Yes.
is it the pattern that you will use for this project?
That's correct. That is representative of the pattern we've selected.
Okay, and what's the scale of that?
Of the openings, so those openings are about 3 inches across at their widest. And so there is a lot of light and air that filters through. It's more of a leafy dappled sense and not of a solid.
All right, okay. That's my questions for now.
Let's come back to your question about the location of the ramp. Why don't you follow
Yes.
through on that, please?
What I'm noticing on the graphics is that it's not showing, and so I'm not sure the plans would be helpful. The intent is for the ground level units, to the degree possible, to be around a foot higher than the adjacent grade. And so it's something that we'll have to correct in the drawings.
So the one bedroom unit that facing the street, will
That-
it be 1 foot?
No, that's the sole exception. That one will be on grade.
Okay,
And the trade-off is that it will have higher ceilings.
okay, okay. Oh, and one more question about the areas in front of the fire pump, the back of house stuff facing facing San Antonio. Is it landscape or hardscape?
That is, you're talking about adjacent to the entry drive to the garage.
Yeah, right, next
That's-
to the, yeah, next to the transformer and,
So we have a combination of pavers and turf pavers. And so the turf pavers are there for infiltration for our stormwater system. And then the rest of them are solid pavers.
all right, thank you.
Anyone else? Yep. Board Member Hirsch, go ahead.
So first I'd like to respond to or to ask a question really of planning, but please stay up at the podium there, about the EIR relative to the water table. That's became, based on comment that he made, was a very serious issue about the whole area in terms of drainage to the bay. How is that treated in the EIR study? Is there any response to that?
I was doing a cursory search during and after that comment. I didn't find anything that would indicate it would be different than a typical project in terms of meeting our typical dewatering standards for any large project. This property is not in a flood zone.
Well, that's the water coming the other way. His comment was really the water going into the bay.
Yeah, so I think his comments in particular relate to dewatering that would be required as part of the project. And if I remember correctly, I think there were formal comments on that in the EIR that we had formal responses to. That's something we can certainly come back to when Emily returns with this project and provide a little bit more detail on. But we do have a detailed dewatering ordinance that was revisited just a few years ago and became more strict. And so we do have a lot of code requirements related to how the dewatering has to be done to protect the environment. So.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
sort of.
And sorry, if I could add
Sure.
one more, Judy noted that there are secant walls. So a lot of designs for below grade parking, what
Yes.
they do is they put in a secant wall, which is like protecting. It does provide a protection for the base of the structure to stop water from coming in.
That's water coming into the site itself, but the idea of the water to the bay as it reflects the drainage, not that we have that much rain here actually, but still, that seems to be an issue as to whether you obstruct it with structures like this. As a part of the overall EIR study, one would think there'd be some consideration for that. Just as one of those issues that raised from the outside, which really kind of are interesting to see if it's possible to find an answer to that for the future of the city. So I'll leave it like that, but leave it open idea here that should be explored perhaps a little more relative to the basements that are going to be created. One would think this is going to be a corridor of kind of basements in any case as it gets developed. So there'll be some drainage issues for the whole Palo Alto area.
David, do you mind if I jump in here with a piggyback question to
Sure,
yours?
go
Okay,
ahead.
hopefully quick.
Thank you.
Was a soils report part of the EIR?
We certainly not a soils report that's site specific. I mean, most soils reports are site specific.
Sure.
And so as part of any development, as part of a building permit, we require a soils report.
And typically those note a water table level, correct?
Of course, yeah.
And do we, I mean, not for today, obviously, I don't want to put you on a spot with pop quiz, but could we maybe note that water table level that is in that report? Because I'm sure that information exists somewhere. And
We
if that
have
water
it.
table is not noted to have water and they drill down 50 feet, that's a very different thing than if they drill down 11 feet and hit water, especially with a double level basement. So just more of a request for
Yeah,
next
so
time,
we
let's get that
probably
information.
don't have the geotechnical report because it wouldn't be required to building permit, but we can certainly reference the building, like we know the general table in that area.
Perfect.
And can certainly note the approximate.
Great. Thank you very much.
So I have a few more. I think that it's the response relative to the 788 has been kind of addressed properly here. And we have some elevations now that are better, but it would be nice if they were in our packet and had been there from the beginning. But I think there'd be enough to reference that if that becomes an issue of the design. I asked the question before about the balconies. So I would like to sort of continue on that vein because I think the balconies, there are even some other comments, maybe by council, about the balconies going further into the front of the building. I did notice another comment somewhere. Certainly a 6-foot balcony would be more useful to the tenants here. And maybe that is something that is addressed in our design critique of the building, but I'd like to keep it active for the moment. So it's not a question, but well, it could be a question if you have
It
the
needs to be a
opportunity.
question, David.
Yeah, let's ask it as a question. Is it, would you be interested in extending the balconies another 6 inches, I think, or whatever it is to get to 6 feet?
I personally would be very interested. I've got to look at the person who's buying the building to ask that question, but we feel that additional depth would help in the articulation of the front facade and would make it more livable.
Mhm. Do you explore the possibility of on-site location for deliveries? You know, this is we've been continuing to discuss the activity of that street, and it's been mentioned actually by somebody before. So how, this is an issue that really affects us significantly. Every new project that's coming along that we're looking at this moment, some of them even denser than this one. And the streets, not the greatest place, and yet you have service to the building from the street alone. I think that with a setback, it's conceivable that you have a front loading area or delivery area. You really have to keep in mind all of the things that are going to be impacting that, such as food deliveries, package deliveries, et cetera. The package trucks are very big and don't park well and cause problems. Did you consider some on-site possibility for some of that issue?
We did, and It is a challenge. For certain vehicles, it would be possible to bring them into the building. This, of course, would require the cooperation of the companies that are delivering. But we do have a loading dock that is tall enough to accommodate trucks on the first basement level. We anticipate, though, for things like Federal Express, UPS, when they're doing an Amazon package, they're probably not going to want to come into the building. And so that is the reason that we're seeking loading zone, someplace where somebody could jump in, run into the lobby, drop their package off and jump back out. And then also for ride share services like Lyft or Uber, someplace where you don't have to give them instructions. You just say, pull up to the front of 808 and pick up their fares. Now, that 24-foot zone is very tempting, but we were admonished not to utilize it for those kinds of functions, just because if there's a future bike lane, then that function then would have to find a new home. So what we're trying to do is anticipate the future development of that 24-foot band into something that is friendlier and more useful for the neighborhood.
Yes, there's an awful lot of requirements for that 24-foot zone. But you also have an access point to the garage, and you also have the capability there of perhaps changing some of your electrical box so that you might turn it in the other direction so that there's an area in the front. I think you have some paving even in that area. So it is conceivable that you could use that as a drop-off point.
It is conceivable, yes.
Okay. I just want to leave that one open. Maybe there'll be future comments.
Questions, David?
Questions, yep. Did you explore the possibility of some kind of decks into the backyard?
Decks on the ground level?
Yeah.
We did, and actually we had them for a long time. What our civil engineer was telling us is that I need more space for infiltration. And so the patios on the ground level in the back were abandoned to that use. The civil engineering required it, and so that was reluctantly we gave them up.
Well, are you sure you can't do something where you would have a deck that is permeable enough to allow the water to go through and then get into the ground?
We spent a lot of time talking to the civil engineer about it, and apparently there are a number of important rules for them that we did discuss the possibility of using permeable decks. And
since
I'd be happy to go back.
Raised.
I'd be happy to go back to them and ask the question, but as I recall, when we were discussing it, we were getting a lot of no, you can't do that, but we will ask again.
Thank you. How about the roof retainage for water? Is that possible?
Oh, I'm sorry, for retainage?
Water, yeah.
So as I understand it, and this is an architect's understanding of civil engineering, the entire impermeable surface of the roof has to be dealt with as a drainage surface. So all the water that falls upon it, the stormwater rules require that you describe how you're going to get it off the building and into the storm sewer system or into the adjacent grade. And so the idea of using it as a holding area has never been discussed, no.
I wonder, if there wouldn't be more to consider on something like that. I think I've seen it done where there is retainage on the roof.
Yeah, usually we have done it on other projects where we have planters on
Yes.
On a subroof. So the planters, though, have to be on the next level down because the water has to find its way down off of that surface. To have planters on the top roof, then you have to pump it up into these planters, as I understand it.
Okay, I think I've come across situations where there's a raised area you might consider for the area of the roof that would be even under the solar collectors. And therefore you could use that as some of the drainage issue for the whole building. But asking that as a potential consideration as a question, again.
Happy to ask
question
it.
for you.
David, let's really keep it to a few questions right
Yes.
now. We'll have a chance to comment.
Well, I
on
know
things.
I wouldn't get to this kind of a question if we wait until the end. What about noise study for the interior courtyard? This particular court is a pretty small court, and there's going to be a lot of bouncing around of the sound. What is your plan for the usage of that courtyard? I noticed there's some furniture in there. What is that? What are you going to do for the use of that courtyard?
I think it's primarily meant to be a spot for people to gather in larger groups and to be outside. It is actually fairly well shaded because it is at the bottom of a 6-story hole. And we actually think that as the climate gets hotter, that's actually a good idea to have outdoor shaded area that you can enjoy the fresh air. And as you can see from the way the tables are set up, it's not really meant as a recreation area in the sense of there's a playground or a play structure. It's really meant as an outdoor area for quiet gathering or to have a barbecue or something like that. As far as the acoustics, that's something we would have to monitor. There's really nothing in the code that requires those kinds of considerations. We are required for a certain sound level in the units. So the units have to achieve a certain level of acoustical quietness. And so that is a study that would occur where we evaluate what's going on in the courtyard and we make sure that the interior space is protected from particular noise levels.
Okay. So you have studied, in that case, you have studied the solar angles in that courtyard.
Yes.
How does that impact this, any ground level kind of sun possibilities?
I can tell you that the ground will be primarily in shade for the bulk of the year. It is, outdoor space on a 6-story building. It is a little bit wider than usual, but not wide enough that any but the midday summer sun will get in there.
I guess you might consider reflected sun.
That's right. The materials we've selected for that north wall are like high albedo. And so there will be light. It won't be reflected in the classic sense of like a mirror, but it won't be a dark place. Let's put it that way.
How about for the growth of the trees that you're planting inside? Is your landscape? I don't see landscape people here today, but you have trees in the basement, in the ground floor there. How will they survive? Some of them are under balconies as well.
So I will say that we rely on our landscape architect as the professionals to provide us with the proper planting depth and the right species that will survive in this environment. We have definitely consulted with them on what is to be expected here. And I could definitely follow up with that, but I'm just looking at, they have all of these trees are in raised planters so that the trees have some soil depth. And we're usually very careful about that because the last thing we want is for us to plant trees and they die.
How about the balconies above? Have you noted the fact that the half of the areas that you've proposed for trees are going to be shaded by balconies?
Acknowledged. Again, all I can say is that in their professional judgment, those trees are located somewhere where they all will thrive for whichever, and I can find out more about it.
Yes, I think that those are missing drawings, some elevations or sections through areas like that. So for example, you have a planting wall on the, which is at the south side of the building. Is that?
Oh, it's the west side.
West side.
Well, it's west facing. It's the east side of the courtyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's in our experience. It's actually relatively easy to find groups of species that will thrive in those conditions.
So the planting wall is all the way up that part of the building?
It's not all the way up. It's currently planned to be a few stories, 2 or 3 stories.
So
So
Just
the-
to clarify, looking at the ground floor plan on A 2.1, it doesn't seem like the trees are under the patios. I'm not sure where you were referencing that.
Well, there are balconies that sit out over the footprint of the trees. I have,
2.2.
yeah, I have a red maple in my front yard that is under the eaves, and it actually does very well.
Okay, so that's a small tree.
It is a small tree. These ones
see.
would be
Thank you.
smaller
I think
trees.
we've dealt with this question, David. Do you have any other questions?
I'm sorry, I do.
Specific-
Yes, I do. Is this project above the flood zone?
As I understand it, there's not a flood zone here.
That's correct, okay. Up the street, it's far enough away from the flood zone?
Neither of these properties, the 800 San Antonio or 808 San Antonio, is in a flood zone.
Okay, thank you. So I think that well, I don't need to ask that question. Hold on, just let me take a look here. No, I think that, yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Board Member Rosenberg, you have any questions?
First of all, I'd like to thank my fellow board members for asking a lot of the questions that I already had. I'd like to try and not be redundant and ask some of the future looking ones. The interior courtyard, on that regard, do we have interior courtyard elevations of the building?
We don't.
Okay. Had you considered the possibility of opening the gym and or the clubhouse to that open space, as opposed to putting housing units all surrounding that open space?
That was part of a very original study. And what ends up happening is that in order to exchange those units, you end up with more units that are facing the street.
Understood, yeah. With that, the gym, as it is on the street, is that open to the public or is that only for the residents of the building?
It's currently planned for the residents only.
Okay. And I apologize for my delays between my thoughts here. I'm going over my notes. With the open courtyard. So right now you've got it planned as 1927 square feet in that central portion. 878 are dedicated to the 2 units on the north side of the courtyard and 696 are dedicated to the units on the south. Do you think that having those units abutted right next to the public space and kind of the only public space of this building is going to pose any sort of privacy or noise issue?
Well, one thing that is showing on the landscape plan is that they each have a fenced-in patio of their own. And so there's certainly some acoustical considerations. It's like living at the pool, near the pool at an apartment complex. When the space is active, then that's just part of what you have to contend with. But the privacy fences should provide a domain where you can enjoy the exterior without your neighbors looking in on you.
Sure. Now, if you did not have those dedicated patios, you would have up to 3,500 square feet of open space for the entire building to use, just based on my numbers. Had you ever considered just making that as large as possible? As you had noted, and I actually appreciated your candor in your presentation when you said that the nearest park was over a mile away, that you'd get in the minivan and go. We all parents know how that goes. If it's more than a 5-minute walk, it's going to take 45 minutes to get there. So I do appreciate your candor, but knowing that that public park is such a distance, what was the decision behind prioritizing private patios instead of making as much as possible for the public?
There's several considerations. The first one is that if there were no patios, that means that those who are using the courtyard could step right up to your windows, to your doors. And so the privacy issue becomes a concern. The patios are, as much as anything, a privacy buffer to prevent anyone who's in the courtyard. And you can see the way we've planted it as well, but it's really just so that if somebody's in the courtyard, you don't feel like you're out there with them. So that's a big consideration. You know, the question of exterior recreation is always on urban infill projects is always troubling because I think as one commentator made, you wouldn't, as a parent, I was always nervous if we were on a surface that was 5 feet above the ground, much less 60. And so a lot of times roof terraces are, the level of vigilance required is too much. But we're balancing a number of different concerns, which is the concern that's really not the purview of this commission, but is a consideration of the developer is how many units do I have to build in order for this to actually get built at all?
Right.
And there is a pretty finite slice where when you start lopping off usable square feet or an amenity for a unit, the pro forma just drops off the map. We're seeing it all over the place with our projects. We've had several projects be shelved for the economics. The prices of construction have gone up. Prices of getting through the process of approval, it's taking a long time. So it's a very fine line. So that it's, like I say, it's not really necessarily something that needs to be considered by this commission, but as representatives of the developer, we're constantly trying to balance that.
Understood. And we do on this side of the table see many of these projects and hear this comment on repeat. So we are very sympathetic to that there comes a certain point where you tilt across. That being said, cramming as many numbers as possible doesn't always make for the best building. So we do really strive here on the ARB to find the right balance.
Right.
Moving on to the question about retail, and actually it does tie into your comments on price point. We have previously been very strict that we need to have retail. We need to have these spaces animated, especially at the street level. Having units on the street face, especially on something as busy as San Antonio, as you said, is already problematic, right? So it's kind of not a good position for a unit to be. The required retail here seemed to be 1,500 square feet. You guys have proposed 0. And your comments for that, again, I do have a question here. I promise it's not just commentary. Your comments for that were that there's no foot traffic and also that that there's no parking available. Now, this is sort of a double-sided question, right? Because you do have residents and walking, but the secondary question is you're allowing for low-income residentials, right? If the price point on retail is good enough, someone will rent the space and they will find a use for it that appeals to the foot traffic of the residences. I guess my question is, are you guys accidentally potentially pricing out retail in a space like this where it historically has been retail? Body Needs has gotten traffic. The people down the street have gotten traffic. There's a little ramen place across the street that I
Board
adore.
Member Rosenberg, it really needs to be a question.
Understood.
Please.
Has there been a consideration for having a price point reduction for the retail in addition to the housing units to get somebody in there? Is that worthwhile?
We have had very long discussions about the potential of retail. We've reached out to our broker partners. We work with real estate brokers on the retail side all the time. And we've just pointedly asked them the question, what are the chances? What are the price points? What type of retail would fit in a space this size and in this location with no parking? And just based on that input, we decided to make it into a community use. Now, just looking way ahead, if by some miracle you end up with enough traffic, because the building itself is never going to generate enough traffic to support a retail venture. It has to be the building and the other 100 buildings around. All those people need to be customers. If for, say the bike path goes in and suddenly this entire part of the city becomes animated at the pedestrian level, I think that the way the spaces are designed, you could potentially look at that as a conversion to a future use. It's just that right now, it doesn't make any sense. It would be an empty space for a while.
Okay. I would like to touch base on the question of bike traffic and school traffic. And actually one of the public speakers commented on this as well. I noticed that Cubberley is quite nearby, right? And in a building like this, we expect to have families renting these units, correct?
Well, it's all for sale.
It's all for sale.
I wanted to
okay.
clarify that. This is condo building. This is not a rental building.
Understood. So we ownership. Perfect. So you do expect families to be buying into these condos and living there for an extended period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you'll see them go through the entire public school system from elementary school, junior high, middle school,
So, yeah,
high school.
ostensibly. Yep.
Have you guys accounted for the pathfinding and safety of the children getting to and from school?
To be honest, we have not, but part of it is that that purview is a little beyond the purview of the project itself, which has been our primary focus. But after today's discussion, I personally, as somebody who's raised, children, that there was an awful lot of carting that went on, would be interested in finding out where are the local schools and how do you get to them. I do think that if, for instance, all the schools are to the southwest, so down San Antonio away from the 101,
Right.
then it becomes a much broader question because, who controls the crosswalks and the signaling? If they are to the southeast, or if they, I don't know, I guess they wouldn't be part of the Mountain View school system, unfortunately, because that would be easy. You would just go down half a block and hang a left and you'd be into a much lower intensity environment. But no, we haven't really assessed that.
Okay. That's all my questions for now. Thank you for your
Thank you,
patience and
Board
time.
Member Rosenberg. I don't have any questions of my own. Does anyone else have anything else to ask? Okay, Board Member Thompson.
Sorry, you mentioned there was multicolored glass at the lobby. We have
Yes.
one glass here in our material.
I know the material board is oftentimes just representative of the actual material quality. And we'd be happy to provide additional information about what is illustrated. I don't know that it's in our set. It was in the presentation today.
Yeah, we haven't seen that rendering
Yeah,
before.
so what we can do is we can just provide those alternate glass colors the next time we see you.
And can you just describe, is it going to be just kind of flat along the plane, or are we talking glass fins with different
No,
colors?
it's flat along the plane. And it's really, we're looking primarily at two colors, a clear and a blue.
A clear and a blue. Okay. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Okay, then colleagues, do we feel like taking a 5-minute break before we proceed? Yeah, I think we should perhaps. So why don't we adjourn until 10:25, please?
Are you guys ready? Sorry to interrupt.
Pregnancy talk, you know how it goes. War stories, so to speak. Okay, we are back in session, and we're going to discuss this project, and we're going to start with Board Member Thompson, who will offer her comments on it. So whenever you're ready, Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. All righty. Well, thanks so much for your presentation. Thank you to the members of the public who came and spoke. I'll try to keep my comments pretty succinct. In general, I appreciate a lot of the discussion around the design intent. So the partie diagram that we saw in the presentation was really helpful to sort of understand your thinking behind it. So a lot of my comments are based off of what I believe the design intent to be and then how it is being executed. Unfortunately, I think with the elevation, that partie gets a little muddied, and I think it might just be maybe the way the elevation's rendered, or even the rendering. I feel like the white blocks, which were an important part of the partie, are getting encroached upon by those balconies. And so it's sort of muddying their presence on the facade, making it seem a little chaotic in that way. It's true that, because this is a taller building, I think a step back at the upper levels makes a lot of sense, especially since we're doing that on the other taller buildings along San Antonio. We need to sort of step down to the scale of the greenhouse projects. So that's something I think is critical in terms of the massing. I think it'll also help give more hierarchy to the facade. I understand there's a concept of sort of the base and the middle and the top. That organization concept is still muddied, I think, because of the way that it's being executed. Walking through San Antonio, I kind of spent time walking down the street on both sides of the street, and it has a lot of texture. There's a lot of walls that have masonry, art, and I think that's something that's really nice about the character of that space. And with all these new projects that are attempting to be very modern, that texture and that character is getting kind of lost. And so, initially I thought your ground level is too opaque. It's too blocked off from the rest of the street. And I understand the conversations around retail, but I would say, for the solid elements that you're having on the ground, I think it's really critical that those have a lot of texture, more texture than what you're showing now, a lot of character, a lot of visual intrigue. If you look at the other, even some of the stuff that's getting demolished, but on the other side where the greenhouse project is, there's a lot of depth and interest, visual intrigue that plays with the landscape on that front parts. And I think that's really critical for the character of that street. So I'm appreciative that there's a view into the courtyard. I'll be curious to see how that works with the colored glass. The side elevations also will be very visible, and I also find them a bit too blank as well. And so I might also recommend adding a bit more visual intrigue and character to those elevations as well. Something that I think the project is also missing is the palette is quite cold. So it's got this white, gray, dark gray tones. And I understand that those colors are there across the street, but I feel like in the greenhouse project, there's so much greenery that sort of the grays are playing with the green a lot more. Whereas I feel like with this project, the grays don't have something to play with to bring that biophilic element or to bring a warmer element. I like the blue and the brown colors that you've picked for those. I mean, it'd be really nice to actually see the powder coat chip for these. Yes. And also a sample of the scale of the Bach modern pattern. But I would really recommend swapping out one of your colors for something warmer, like a warmer tone, something that has a wood grain or texture, something that could give it a bit more richness than what is currently being proposed. Another comment I had, this is sort of, well, minor, I guess I didn't realize the blue elements were fins. I was like, I don't see them on the elevation, so I thought the elevations were inconsistent. But I see now that they're fins, so they wouldn't show up. So in general, I think I've made a comment in the past about gray buildings in urban environments, about gray can be associated with a lot of depression in urban areas. And so I think that only makes sense when there isn't something for the gray to play off against. If there's not a lot of greenery, if there's not a green wall or some kind of thing, then we have to sort of boost these sort of simple colors with something a bit more warm. Okay, and let's see. For the courtyard, I might recommend looking at sort of an airflow analysis, given that it is going to be in shade, potentially on hot days. I feel like it might be worthwhile to add a breezeway or something so that air can kind of circulate through that courtyard. Seeing the interior elevations would be great. And I think that's kind of the bulk of my comments for now. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Board Member Hirsch, would you like to pick up from there? Oh, that's someone else, perhaps.
Yeah.
Board Member Chen, why don't you go ahead?
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. I hear lots of good ideas and good design intent behind what's showing in front of us. And here are some of my comments on the site plan. So I would suggest to provide loading space and deliveries on site, considering how busy it is along the San Antonio Road. And also, I would suggest to include retail on the ground floor because in the bigger picture, there will be over 800 to be increased in this neighborhood, so retail is needed. And there are some successful retail in this area actually, and just considering the noodle place across the street is popular, and I have to say parking is a problem. And also I would suggest to relocate or replace the 1-bedroom unit facing San Antonio because residential need more privacy instead of the same level as the street level. And also, it's nice to have the courtyard at the center, but I have to say it's really a relatively small courtyard compared to the height of the building. And also, you will have the fence between the private patio and the shared space, so which means the usable space is much smaller compared to what you're showing here. I think with a larger courtyard, or if somehow you could step the building, it will bring more natural light into the courtyard and make it more pleasant. Material-wise, I agree with Board Member Thompson. I would suggest to add some warmth to the ground level and to make it more welcoming and inviting. And also for the next meeting, I would suggest to provide sections and elevations across the courtyard. And that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Board Member Chen. Board Member Rosenberg.
Yep, I'm ready to go. All right, so I am going to be echoing some of the sentiments my fellow board members already presented. I will try and keep those echoes brief. The interior courtyard elevations are a must. We really need to see what those look like next time, just for height, for where your planting is going to go, colors, textures, all of that. Additionally, the sun shading, I noticed on your south facade that not all of the windows have sun shading. If those aren't deeply recessed windows, that's going to be pretty problematic for the people living inside. So I would definitely take a second look at where your sun shading is, especially on the south facing facades, including the south facing courtyard facade. sort of a minor comment, but looking at your front elevation here on this beautiful packet, it kind of looks like the sunshades are actually on the wrong side. It looks like they're shading from north facing light as opposed to south facing light because these blue strips are on the left side of the windows instead of what I would assume is the right side. So just please do us a favor and take a second look at the front facade sun shading, make sure that it's where you want it to be. Let's see, with the courtyard, I've got a lot of issues with the courtyard. However, I also do know we've got a pretty solid precedent of understanding what an interior courtyard of a 6-story tall building is, and that's Little Champlain in Barcelona. Those are much larger in scale, but the 6-story building can be successful. And we just need to make sure the size of the courtyard is amenable to that. Airflow matters, sunlight matters, use on the ground level matters. I personally would try and encourage you to really rethink whether or not you actually want that fully to be surrounded by residential units. Maybe the north 2 units are the residential and the south 2 really are the clubhouse and the gym that open up. And then it feels much more like an indoor outdoor space. And it sort of creates the illusion of not only actually adding 696 square feet to the courtyard, but allowing for that space to flow in and out, making it really feel bigger and much more welcoming to the people that will be using this building. Those long skinny patios don't really work on the courtyard. I understand why they're there. They're a buffer, but they're not usable, right? Maybe it's the 2 planters on the right and left side that are trees, could be more squared units. And that actually would be a much more useful patio for those 2 ground courtyard facing units. I do want to speak this. I personally don't have an issue with the 60-foot height limit. I think it's the center of the block. I think that if we're asking for a lot of things on the ground level, we can concede that the height may need to be a little taller to get the units to make this project worthwhile. We are asking for a lot on the ground level. One of the things I will also ask for is retail. I do think it needs to happen. And part of the reason for that, and maybe it doesn't need to be 1,500 square feet, maybe it's 500, maybe it's small retail. And the reason that this is important is because when you talk about forward thinking, and you said this, right? Part of the reason that it can be 60 feet tall is the forward thinking of this area. You need to fully plan for forward thinking, right? And so having retail in that space is important. It's important to creating a vitality to this streetscape. Otherwise, you've got a really long facade that nobody's going into other than the patrons that are there. Right? If we want this to be walkable, if we want this to be bikeable, we need to think about it now. And I would really strongly encourage you on that note to start really processing your transportation in and out pathways, to really look into bike paths, what's feasible, whether it's today or whether it's 10 years from now. You know, you're going to have kids living in this unit that really do need to get to Cubberley. They need to get to school. They need to get to the park. And I really do think that while it's not necessarily the purview of the building itself, it is a purview of how this building relates to the greater community in this area. And it's important. And we really can't let that just be, oh, we'll deal with it later. That really needs to be thought about now. Doesn't need to be solved, but it needs to be addressed. Trash and circulation, part of the bigger pickup. I think that a building manager hauling 76 units worth of trash on a weekly basis is asking a lot, unless you have a person who's really getting paid just to do that. So I think that trash drop off, DoorDash guys, they need just a little pull out, come in, drop off things. UPS, drop it off, but make it easy. Maybe that, mail room is right next to the loading zone. So they don't have to even go through the lobby. They can just shuffle the packages in the mail room. That's for you guys to figure out, but you have an area where the bike room is, the fire pump and the switchgear rooms. Those are all in the front near the garage entrance. And I think that there can be a solution there. And my sort of last comment is the facade. I love your concept of being able to see through the entry to the courtyard. I think that's really elegant. It's inviting. It makes this building super interesting in a way that I feel like a lot of these buildings try and be a little bit more closed off. My one concern is that your entry, specifically where the 808 number is, has a horizontal band right through the middle. I'd really love to see that just more open, more inviting, make that look like a double height entry as opposed to where this horizontal band really cuts it in half. So I'd say celebrate that more. I mean, you've got a beautiful idea here, really run with it, embrace it. I think it just a little refinement and you'll have that being a real wow factor of the front facade of this building. Overall, the materials, I agree with my fellow board members and yeah, I think that's all my comments for now. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you, Board Member Rosenberg. Board Member Hirsch.
So everybody's covered a few of mine, and so let me try to abbreviate then. I think that the balconies, you should push hard for the balconies to extend to 6 feet. They just become so much more useful. And I repeat, the decks in the rear yard seem reasonably possible somehow if you have them so that the retention below it can continue as is, but it's possible to have a deck that's raised up that 1 foot, whatever, so that it still drains into a drainage area below, however you work that out. I think your engineers should be able to figure that one out. I think the issue of garbage to the grade level in the front and the use of that space, a pull-off space in the front, everybody's talked about it, but I think you could create it as a somewhat more private, secured area with some walls and landscape treatment as part of that pull-out area, using the sidewalk break as it is there already for the garage, and then the area adjacent to it for those kind of vehicles, and whatever signage is going to be necessary to make them actually use that, other than complicate the issue on San Antonio Road, which is such a busy thoroughfare. I don't know what that does with the bike path, but the future bike path. But I hope we all encourage the transportation department to come up with a scheme for San Antonio Road, which is absolutely critical right now. I think that also nobody's really emphasized this, but rooftop retention might add to this in some way. Again, it's an engineering issue that I would ask you to explore. I'm concerned about the courtyard use. It's been mentioned that it's a very small courtyard, and I think that you have to be very careful about the use of it. I'm sort of gotten convinced that with the sunlight bouncing around in it, those units might be useful. It's an interesting idea to put some of the community use facilities off of that courtyard on the ground floor that might in some way make it into a more interesting space, so that you might have some of the interior areas adjacent to that courtyard, at least on one side, as suggested. And so, being flexible, you might be able to move some other units to the front of the building where they still could be useful. I don't see why that has to be only the community use areas, that activating that courtyard in a way that works for everybody, so that the people who want their privacy when they come out on their deck and not a lot of noise in the courtyard can be assured that that's going to happen, because you have space on the ground floor that would allow for the noisier activities to happen in a room that's adjacent to the courtyard. And even pulling the space out and maybe creating a different kind of a look to that ground floor is still a possibility. So I disagree with my board members here about the retail. I think your explanation of it was fine, and that there isn't good access, there isn't good parking. And I really think that retail is going to happen elsewhere on the street. It really is already. There's that small ramen restaurant, which I sat at the other day, looking at the site from across the street. And so an area like that might be, when they finally figure out how to cross El Camino properly for the pedestrians and bikes, that those areas can be kind of concentrated more, so that you get more service when you. I personally don't like the idea of just one little kind of retail space within each of these buildings along the way. I don't think that's going to be a useful concept. I think that the retail is much better off when it's a little plaza of combined retail uses. I'm a little concerned about the whiteness of the building, and we often talk about that as materials on the building here. I think you could be a little more subtle with some of that. You are being very subtle with the colors of the perforated panels that you're suggesting for the front. And I would really like to see you extend some of that kind of concept of texturing the ground floor. And the idea of, say, looking into a building and seeing the two-story space in the light of an interior courtyard, is a rather interesting romantic idea, but it doesn't happen for any of the car traffic that's moving along there. It's really not that useful to this street, in my opinion. But I think that it's more important for you to create textures that are friendlier and for the person who visits this building or lives in this building every day. So the ground floor textures that you have in the perforated panels are really quite exciting. But the rest of it, in my opinion, the entry itself is really a rather cold and uninviting space. I think you're missing another opportunity, and that is on the top floor, you really don't have any sun shading at all. So here's an opportunity to do something that kind of could animate the top of the building much more. Projecting, maybe using some other kind of a paneling, or, you think about the way in which you could have a canopy that you can wind out and have sunshade when you want it and pull it back. I don't know, to play around with the possibility of making that top of the building really rather more exciting and have sun shading. And those are two elements that together would animate the top of the building in a way that would be quite exciting. I really like the idea that nobody has ever mentioned here so far, the aesthetic of the darker panel extending beyond the edge of the building and creating a framework. I think that's very well done. And nobody's mentioned it, and we should have, because it's a nice idea. I want to compliment you on the planning of the building, because I think it's excellently done. And you always have to start with a plan that works for a site, and you've really done a brilliant job of planning these apartments. And I like to see the way it's organized. It's really very, very nicely done as a planning project. We often say, "Oh, nice job," but I think this particular part of it is excellently done. I'm just trying to see if I have anything to add to all of this list. And, our list becomes very long, and sometimes it's a little confusing. And you have to choose from it in some way, because you can't answer everybody. But I think that, we're going to look at, and we sort of thought about this a little bit, is the street facade as a whole is something that I think we've all been concerned about in some way, but we really haven't talked about it. And it looks like, and we've learned today, that a project next to it could be kind of an interesting one as well. And both projects on either side will be different. And somehow or other, there is beginning to get almost in a natural way, maybe thanks to the zoning here, seems to be some regulation as to the massing and the property side yard issues, or et cetera, so that and the setback and establishing the setback. There seems to be a kind of an organization on this side of the street that's beginning to develop here, finally. And so, I think that this size building doesn't bother me at all. That yes, recognize that there's always that push and pull between the size of the building, the number of units, and the economics of the construction. And I accept that. And I don't think that the mass of this building is going to be a problem on the street facade, basically because the setback is establishing a proper massing kind of relationship to the street. So, you know, you have a base building top situation here that in your building is very clearly defined. And that perhaps in contrast to the one next door, which is different than that. So this street is beginning to establish itself now as having a certain amount of character, and I'm very happy about that. It seems like it is in a mixed zone behind it, but that it is becoming a zone in itself. In terms of the glass panel along the side that was mentioned, the vertical panel, I don't know if that's really a sunshade panel. It seems to be a privacy panel. I mean, I didn't ask the question before, but not quite sure the use of it. And so question as to whether or not it's addressing the issues that were raised, why it's there. But if it is a question of privacy, I can understand its use. And more importantly, the comment made about the sunshades for the top floor, I think are more significant here. And the light, and I would like to emphasize that I think you need to loosen up and have some fun a little bit more with the whole kind of design concept on the building in order to create more texture to it as you, and less concern about what you see as a two-story space than what you feel as you enter it and have the textures, et cetera, on the ground floor. And also, don't forget, somebody mentioned, not here, but that I read, that you have to have some place to sit down as you go out the front door. So maybe you reconsider where the bikes are going to be located, which I didn't mention before. But whether you put bikes in the entry versus a bench, you know, and the bikes somewhat separate there, it would be a good idea to consider that. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Okay, my turn. I will go through it with a few comments, and then I want to try to summarize what I've heard from everybody. So out of the gate, I think it's unfortunate that the drawings are not complete enough. There's the elevations are not clear. There's not really a good site plan. We absolutely need to see unit plans of each apartment in order to understand how the open space really works and how it impacts the facade. We really need to see renderings of the building from San Antonio Road and perhaps even into the courtyard. None of that has been provided, just one rendering. I understand this is not a preliminary application, but you're expecting us to keep working with you on it. But it just helps us so much speed the process along when you take a little more effort to get the drawings being complete and comprehensive. When I look at the site planning for the project, I just think that you need to have some sort of on-site loading facility for trash pickup, drop off of Amazon deliveries, Uber drivers, ride sharing. I don't think it's at all realistic that you're going to have a pullout along San Antonio Road, given the traffic you have, given that it's 24 feet from the front door. I don't think it's realistic that you're going to bring the trash out to the street or that the trash trucks are going to pick it up that way. It doesn't happen on San Antonio Road. It's just too busy a street. I think the answer lies in using the 24-foot setback, but that's up to you. But you have to find some way to get that on your site. I think you need ground floor commercial activity. I'm not going to use the word retail, but right now on San Antonio Road, there's a lot of small scale commercial activity. People you're displacing with your new building, but all kinds of activity taking place there. And we need to anticipate more of that in the future. As we have more housing units on that street, it will become more important. I don't disagree with the analysis you presented from your real estate agents, but I think that the future will change and we need to plan for that. And just saying the building is going to be changed later to accommodate is not realistic. We need to anticipate and allow for that. The building needs to have some public commercial space at the ground floor. I think you also need to make better use of your San Antonio frontage. You have a 24-foot wide strip, and it seems to me that you're doing some sort of hardscape landscaping there. At best, that's just to make it look softer, nicer, I don't know, but there's plenty of places to put patios, places where people can be to make use of some of this frontage, to get some sort of commercial activity there. Just having it be a buffer is a real shame. You're forced to have this large setback, so deal with it, but design it. Really put some more thought into what happens there. Don't just landscape it. I'm very concerned about the planning regarding transportation. And I know this is not necessarily fair to put it on your project, but I'll come back to why I think it actually is. But you need to have an understanding of how the residents in your building are going to access and integrate with the rest of the town. In the case of on San Antonio, it's the traffic part of it is obvious. It's not good. But I think you'll find a lot of families, children who want to bicycle to school. That's common in Palo Alto. And yet, I wouldn't want my daughter bicycle riding from this site across San Antonio Road. I want to see you come up with some solutions to that, or work with the city to come up with solutions. Take part in providing a bicycle lane along San Antonio. Find a way to make the crosswalk safer. But I want to see your project be more actively involved in integrating with the city to come up with transportation solutions that benefit the residents of your building and the residents of this area. I just think that's essential on the site planning to have that. Next, I'm going to discuss the building design. I like to step into the buildings these ways. I think one of the problems I have is that you have everything at ground level. And if you were to raise the residential units, perhaps 2 feet or something, a lot of good things would start to happen. Right now, it really is forced having these ground level units at the courtyard. So just some level of separation. The same thing would apply in the back where Board Member Hirsch is pushing you to consider decks and stuff. The reason it's hard is because you can't have a deck at grade. You have to have some solid surface that affects the bioswale. It can't filter stuff if it's at grade, but if you have a deck above it, that would work. And I think those things are possible again when you get a little more separation. It also might help activate your facade, just having a slightly taller base level. But that's a common thing we see with residential design. It's part of our objective standards is to get some separation there, and I think that would help here. I'm concerned about the courtyard being too small. I think you really need an aspect ratio of about 2 to 1, twice the width to the height. In this case, you're 50 feet, 55 feet high, you're 80 feet wide at the maximum. That's east-west, not north-south. And it needs to be more like 110 feet. And right now, I'm not even sure courtyard is a good term. I would use the word air shaft because it's entirely dark at the bottom all the time. And even on a warm day like today, it'll be too chilly to comfortably sit there. At night, it's a fallacy to think there's going to be a barbecue there. It will be way too cold, even on a hot day in this climate. You need a courtyard that really functions in order for it to be proper open space. You need open space, so make the courtyard larger somehow. I very much like your idea of a 2-story entry. I like the idea that you can see from the street into the courtyard. That's worth picking up on. Board Member Rosenberg noted, I think accurately, that the facade design interferes with that, but that's something that can be worked on. But I encourage you to keep that integration. I'd written down here to consider some sort of a roof terrace or open space up on the top of the building. I understand that that's hard to make use of for everybody, but it has been successful on other projects up and down the street. And a lot of people find that's what they have to do to get the amount of open space that's required. I think that it's okay to, I think you need to make your balconies 6 feet wide. We have a standard, we've debated it at some length. That's our standard. The balconies need to be 6 feet to be considered as open space. They need to be 6 feet to be useful for people who are living there. So I think keeping them at 5 doesn't work. I'm perfectly fine with greater projections into setbacks and things like that, but I want to see the balconies be large enough to be properly considered as open space. I concur with my colleagues' comments regarding the material selection. I think they're just too cold. I will have a question regarding the fiber cement panels. In general, in my opinion, they're not as high quality material as I like to see used as compared to, say, porcelain tile or something. But really, it's all in the execution. So we need to see much more detail of what size panels, how are they put together? What kind of shadow or relief? And I think the detail is just lacking. Right now, it's just a flat piece of material. We're looking at it based on that, the colors are too cold, I agree. But there's a lot more to it, especially with fiber cement, how it's put together. That material is funny from the edges. You have to really think those details through. The landscaping also just is lacking a lot of information. We need to see a lot more stuff. The questions Board Member Hirsch was asking about the landscaping in the courtyard are spot on. You have trees growing under balconies. The decorative maple at your home is probably thriving because it's next to the lawn, which gets heavily irrigated, but that's not going to be the case here. So it just needs to be really planned out and thought through. We're required to make a finding regarding sustainability for this building. I'm deeply concerned about the proximity of the water table, how you expect to deal with that. And I understand that Palo Alto has a significant ordinance that will make it possible to build if you follow that ordinance correctly, but the secant cutoff walls are a pretty significant construction expense. And I'd like to see that issue addressed and dealt with. If you plan to dewater instead, I have serious problems with that. But I believe the water table is approximately 10 or 11 feet in that neighborhood. Your building is going to require an excavation of at least 25 feet. That's a significant dig into the water table. To my colleagues, I'll let you know that when we did the hotel up the road from this, they proposed a 2-story basement. They said they're going to deal with the water table. Just as they get into construction, they came back and wanted to eliminate the second level. They said the water table is really challenging. Well, that affects the design of the building now. If we're going to have one level of parking, not two, that needs to be planned for. That's going to affect, that second level of basement is going to affect your construction budget significantly. You have to deal with it. The water table is a real issue here, and that will affect our ability to make a finding that the building is sustainably designed. So that's my comments on the project. I'd like to bring to my colleagues' attention something that I think was put forth by City Council itself when they reviewed this. The project is asking for changes to the zoning code. And the justification for that is that it provides a public benefit. And the public benefit is, roundly speaking, the affordable housing that the building provides. In my opinion, that's not a sufficient public benefit, and it's not just enough. I think the building has to do more to benefit the public. I think in specific on this project, it comes to the transportation issue. In specific on the transportation, I think it's regarding bicycle usage. If we ask every project going in along San Antonio to participate, to help improve that bicycle connection to town, we'll get someplace. The real issue, as I see it, and I'm not a transportation planner, but it seems obvious to me that San Antonio Road is a pretty large, heavily trafficked street that blocks anyone on the south side of it from accessing the rest of Palo Alto. And yet people living here have to go to the Palo Alto schools. They'll go up to Mitchell Park, to Cubberley. And we have this enormous, almost a freeway blocking them. And so that it needs to be solved. It's honestly a travesty that our city council hasn't more directly addressed this. But nonetheless, when an applicant comes in and wants to provide public benefit, that's a benefit we need to ask them to do. And I have no qualms whatsoever saying that that's one of the benefits you need to provide, is to help solve that transportation problem. So I also think that a benefit, as much as staff said it's not, is the commercial space, the retail activity at the ground level. I fully agree. Right now, it's very hard to justify from a pro forma business point of view the rent you're not going to get on the retail space on the ground floor. You're not going to get a coffee shop to succeed. You can't put a shoe store there for all the myriad of reasons. 5 years from now, when you have all the buildings on San Antonio Road that you so politely showed us, it will be a different story. When you get the bicycle lane and get more pedestrian traffic on San Antonio, and we make it into the environment we think it can become, the retail space, commercial space will work. And that is a public benefit in my mind, then, to ask an applicant to do future planning, rather than say that it has to make sense now and we want you to do it. We want you to anticipate what the future will be. So I'm saying all this because I'd like our board to stand firmly and say that we support the concept of public benefit being more than just additional affordable housing. And I think if we can collectively make a statement along those lines, it will be amplified through the city. And I think that's important to do. And obviously in this project, that would help. So with that, I'm going to list, I wrote down 6 basic categories here of comments I heard us make. I'd like us to sort of issue some sort of a collective opinion on this. Board Member Thompson.
Yeah, I just have one quick thing I wanted to add. So I heard a lot of us mention how deep the courtyard is and our concerns about it. I might suggest a solution to the applicant that might also mitigate the water table issue. There's projects that we've worked on where instead of going underground with the parking because the water table's too high, we've gone into the building. So basically having 2 levels of mezzanine parking, and that pushes the courtyard up to the 4th level, or sorry, to 4 stories below the top of the building. So instead of it being a 6-story hole, it's a 4-story hole. And then you wrap the parking with residential, townhomes, retail. So basically the parking's inset and the street character can stay, you know, as designed, or can be improved as designed, can still have very active street frontage, but you get out of the water table, you get a higher courtyard, which gets more sunlight, and you get your parking as well. So I just wanted to throw that out as a multifamily housing solution that I've seen in the past that this project might benefit from.
Thank you. That's certainly a legitimate idea. I'm going to come to.
Could we have everybody come through for second comments here in case there's some confusion as to some of the items here as to whether we do agree?
Sure. If
yeah.
you have one, should go. Sure, David, go ahead.
I'm reluctant to ask the applicant to really revise something as major as the parking in that manner that you've suggested. I think that there's another alternative, and that would be to have the staged parking so that you have 2 levels of parking within with a machine lift to consider for a somewhat taller parking space rather than so that you don't have to go to the double level each time, you know. That would reduce the water table, or in any case, to ask them to look carefully at the issue in an engineering way to see whether or not the impact will be as described by Chair Bolte here. You know, when it did affect the garage that significantly, you know, you sort of think about those things and whether or not the developer really was trying to save some money for that particular project, you know, or what was the reasoning behind it. But it's a significant financial impact, and having, you know, I think we should be careful about that, because I'm concerned that we sometimes say this is what we'd like, but then it doesn't just sort of price out properly for a development project based on the economics of a project. And changing the design so significantly is really a lot of work sometimes here to whole different kind of project. That concerns me, because you do need a certain number of units to make a project work, especially when I think the 20% benefit for affordable housing is very, very significant here. And I also want to say that I just disagree with the retail issue. You have a smaller building, and I don't think we should insist upon as much as possible here on this particular project. You have a whole street of buildings, some of which are bigger, and they can have some commercial. And I repeat that somehow commercial spread out in a situation where you have to walk to it, and it's a long walk up the street, and crossing the street is so difficult, and it's a traffic way, you know. So mixing in all sorts of commercial requirements is potentially kind of financially dangerous, where you don't have any use of the space unless you can convert it to something useful at a later date. But still, I I think it's improper to put too many negatives on a project like this that could be a significant negative. So those are my comments about it. I'd like to keep more of the comments to aesthetic improvements of the building rather than programmatic changes that are so significant like this, that a building that is this particular size really doesn't require commercial, and that I don't think the commercial in this one will be as useful as it is in many of the other ones.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. I'm going to come back to, I was trying to make a broader comment, I think, responding to Board Member Thompson and Hirsch's comments, that I haven't heard anyone from the board have an issue with the fact that this building is 10 feet taller than the current height limit. It's 3.0 FARs compared to the 1.0 that's currently required. It exceeds the lot coverage. Quite a number of these zoning parameters, which are not small zoning changes, as the PTC said, but rather pretty significant. And I've heard everyone here feel extremely comfortable with that.
I made a comment that I think it should be set back and down.
The massing perhaps,
The
but just the
massing.
overall zoning parameters. What you were talking about, Osma, with raising the parking perhaps would even make the building taller. They would, in order to keep the unit count, they would have to make it bigger somehow. And I think that might receive support from this board. So I just want to point out to the applicant, to everyone, we haven't had a negative reaction to the overall request for the zoning changes. I think we should either say if we do have a problem with that, or else be clear that that's on the table. It's okay.
That's true.
Yeah, so go ahead.
So I was pretty clear to say that I don't have an issue with the 60-foot because I think it's a nice transition between the two 50 feet to either side. I think if you tried to bump it up to 70 or 80 feet, then we'd obviously run into a bit more concern here. But I think that the 60-foot is appropriate, and especially because of where this site is located in the length of the block. It's right in the center. It's flanked by two 50-foot proposed buildings. It makes sense. I would not want to set a huge precedent of every building being 60 feet tall. So I would just say we should, as a board, be a little bit cautious with that. But yeah, I think that we've been pretty amenable to this. And with the FAR, it's not specifically that, you know, the site coverage or that the FAR is an issue per se. It's more that the open space is not being thought of in a way that maybe is, you know, the courtyard feels small, it feels low. But we're not arguing against the FAR or the coverage. It's just we want those things to be handled thoughtfully and carefully. Does that seem like a fair summary?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does.
Thank you.
Yes, and I want to support that idea too. I think it's appropriately expressed here relative to the street facade.
In fact, if I look at our staff report, they itemize 6 items, which are sort of essentially the requests for exception from the zoning code. And at least 4 of these, I think I've heard support of all of them. Why don't we just be clear that we all agree with that? One is the height limit increase. The second one is the FAR increase. The third is the lot coverage. The fourth one I said was okay was the balcony encroachments into the special setback. Does anyone have any problems with those being exceeded to the extent that this building does?
And just to get everybody on the same page, this is packet page 17 at the top that we're all looking at. 6 bullet point items.
Yeah. I think I've heard 4 of, at least 3 of us, and I can also put my support that I also think this building needs retail. So I think
Yeah.
for that last bullet item,
Yeah, the last one, we're going to come back to the retail question of the commercial on the ground floor, because I have not heard support. In fact, I've heard the opposite. And I think we will respect what Board Member Hirsch is saying and try to come to closure on that. The other one I think is the open space, the balcony dimensions. I haven't heard a conclusive decision, but I think that we're going to push for 6 feet on that.
I think the 6 feet is important.
Yeah.
For the balconies.
So the-
Kind of neutral, so I'll defer to the board on
Yeah.
that one. Support you guys.
So to staff, we're trying to give you clear instruction on these zoning parameters. But honestly, it seems like the FAR increase, which is really the biggest thing here, it's a dramatically larger building, is good. We want it.
So I want to clarify, so is everyone okay with the 6-inch encroachment in the special setback? I know it's small, it's tiny for this project, and it's only part of some of the balconies. But then if in the future, some projects come back said, oh, we encroach in 8 inches or in 1 foot, then are we just increase the numbers in the future? And also
That's a good
for
point.
this project, it's just part of the balcony and we haven't seen the unit floor plan. So there might be possibilities that they could set the balcony backward, yeah, instead of using the 6 inches encroachment.
Well, let's all address that. How do we feel about the encroachment into the setbacks with the balconies?
I'm not supportive of the encroachment. I think I'm fine with the 6-foot balconies everywhere else, but on the special setback, I would be okay with making an exception.
So you think it's okay for the balconies to project into the setback? You do
No.
Not think it is.
I'm not okay with that.
Okay, you're not okay with that. What about the rest of us?
I'm inclined to agree with Yingxi and Osma that I'd like them to respect the setback. And now there's several different ways to do that, whether it's the internal floor plan, whether they angle the balconies. And one part of me says, okay, 6 inches is not a big deal, but I completely agree with Yingxi's comment that this is setting a precedent and we have to be careful about it. Well, on this project, it's only 6 inches and it's only 2 of the front balconies, 6 stories tall. Another project might do a whole front patio that suddenly encroaches, and we just have to be a little thoughtful and respectful of that. So my inclination is to say, no, we should not allow that. And we should have them come up with an architectural solution.
David, before you jump in, because I see your fingers itching there, okay? I caution you that,
Caution me?
no, caution my other colleagues who are feeling against this project, we're selling something to them. We're giving them an exception to the code to get something back in benefit. If we don't give them something valuable, they're not going to do something valuable for us. Letting them project into a 24-foot setback on San Antonio Road, I don't think is a big deal. From a design point of view, it'll help the building. There's no real specific need to buffer it. It's not breaking a strong daylight plane. It's not in a residential area where we have such an established plane of stuff that, to me, it's something I'm very happy to let them have if we can get for it something of public benefit. Without the benefit, of course, I stand by there's no reason to give a variance, which is what it would otherwise be. But this is not a variance. This is an exception that they're asking for because they're providing us a public benefit.
Agreed. No, sorry, Peter, to jump in here. On that note, maybe there's a solution here where we say, okay, this one can be approved because again, there's some negotiation here, but maybe the precedent is, I'm sorry to be like facing away from you. Maybe the precedent is to say it's no more than 10% of the facade. And we have to just stick with that. It's no more than a 12-inch projection for 10% of the facade, something like that, just to have some limit to where that is. So even if it's something crazy restrictive, like 5% of the facade, this would comply with that. I mean, even just rough numbers looking at this, it's a corner over here, it's 6 inches, a corner over here, 6 inches.
Yeah,
Maybe that's the
Hold
way to
on.
do that. Sorry, go ahead.
It's David's turn.
It all rests on me.
No, I have something I want to add, but I'll let you
Can
go.
I
and then I'll
speak first?
Yes.
Go ahead,
I-
board member.
I'm sorry, but I've been convinced by board member Yingxi that it can be handled in the plan without the extension. I think that's a more reasonable way to keep a regulation in this case. And it isn't one of those things that's a trade-off, I don't really believe, for the zoning change. The trade-off here is specifically height for number of units. And that's the economic trade-off for the developer as well, and fair enough. And also because, in fact, we like the massing. So for that as well, it really works on this project, and we shouldn't change the regulation. So if you don't mind,
I'm going to just caveat that I had comments on the massing separately, but yeah, I think I'm with board member Chen and board member Hirsch that we are giving them a lot of other concessions, and space on San Antonio is sacred. Like we're just talking about how congested it is, how there needs to be improvements and widening the streets and stuff. And that special setback is there because it's meant for something that San Antonio needs later on. So I'm very much adamant that that is respected for the future development.
Okay, so I think we've heard a pretty strong consensus on the board, although not unanimous, that, that the special setback encroachment is not okay. So let's make a note of that. That's where we're going to be with that one. So the first thing I thought we could list was just the open space and the use and definition of it. So I think there's three proposed types of open space on this project. One is the courtyard, which is common open space. One is the balconies, and then there's the street frontage. I think all of us agree that you need to have the open space that's required. The question really is the courtyard good open space? The balconies, do they need to be increased to 6 feet in order for them to count as open space? And then how about the frontage? So I've heard everyone pretty much support, I think everyone but one of us, about the 6-foot balconies, right?
You know, from the beginning, I sort of felt like something could happen that we haven't ever talked about here yet. And that is that if you actually change the shape of this courtyard at the top of the building, you could actually expand it, getting more light into it. It would change the plan. It actually would make it much more interesting as a plan. I want.
Just speak into the microphone.
Okay. Will do. I just think that there's an alternate consideration for how you design that courtyard to improve it. I'm concerned about doing any other change in the general plan of the whole building. You know, in other words, is it just too tiny at the base and for it to be useful? I don't think so. I think if you change the shape of it, you actually solve the problem.
Fair enough. Maybe a consensus might be that the courtyard is not designed correctly right now. There's been ideas floated about what to do about it, but that's up to the applicant.
Yes.
But is it fair to say that as it's presented to us, it's not adequate common open space?
Yes. Yeah.
We've heard concerns about airflow. We've heard concerns about
Light.
sunlight. We're concerned about the overall dimensions of it. We've heard concerns about the landscaping inside it. We've heard concerns about the proximity of residential uses on it. So I think that's pretty clear. Yes, go ahead, Rosemary.
Yeah, the idea that I floated about raising the courtyard and having units wrap or program being wrapped around it, potentially that may not compromise the unit count. It may compromise the unit mix. You might need to change the types of units that go around, you know, especially if you decide to go, if you have a higher, you know, because the good thing about that solution is that parking doesn't need a very high floor to floor. You can, you know, 7 feet floor to floor, and then you have your 14 feet. You know, that is your, you know, you were talking about
I
raising.
don't know what the stackers as well. I mean, they have
I
stacked
mean,
parking
if
here.
you're not doing stackers, you know, if you want to do stackers, then you can just do one level, right?
140 something parking places down there.
Hmm?
They have a lot of parking in that garage, so it's all stacked up.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it just increases your parking and that increases viability for the retail and all that stuff. But you know, that extra height, I've seen it be a really successful solution, especially if you have ground floor retail where you want that extra height, the 14 feet, which we've been advocating for on our objective standards. And then there's also really great unit types like townhomes that can have mezzanines and stuff along that side. So I just want to, I think you're right, Peter, in saying that there's solutions that could make this work better that we're throwing out.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are saying it just won't work. In fact, Board Member Hirsch is correct. The floor plan is pretty good right now. But there's more to a building than a floor plan, David. I know we start with that a lot, but on the open space, I think we've discussed that. The question of the street frontage is probably so tied into everything else that we can leave that alone for now. But let's talk next about, I raised the question of the separation of the residential units from the street frontage in the courtyard. Board Member Rosenberg raised the idea that perhaps residential units shouldn't be or should be much less prominently relating to the courtyard. Maybe the gym and the other uses would be better there. Certainly, if you're going to put some kind of commercial activity on the street, the gym and the clubhouse would be much more suitable facing the courtyard. Obviously, that's up to the applicant to configure their building. But I think it's, for me at least, it's fair to say that the ground floor units at grade with these public spaces doesn't work. You need something more than just a 6-foot landscape buffer and calling it a patio. Where can we come to closure on that?
I think I like the idea of some mixed use for the courtyard that really animates it more, makes it more useful to the whole building. And I just don't see any reason why some of the units couldn't face forward towards the street.
If they're raised up in grade perhaps,
Sure.
or you use that landscape buffer much more creatively to create an outdoor patio for
Privacy.
them that gets privacy as well. I mean, it's all possible. You got 20 feet there.
Mhm.
But I see everybody shaking their head. So
I think I'm a little loath to comment on it. I can see the benefits of it, but I think so many other things are in flux that it's hard to say whether I'm in support.
what I'm trying to do is make a statement along the lines of the architecture board as a whole feels that the currently proposed separation between the private residential units and the public spaces is not adequate.
Just in the courtyard?
Well, I think the units facing the street too, there's one and the ones on the back also. When you have ground level units at the back, then that bioswale becomes a significant limitation. When you raise the unit a little bit, you have a lot more options. When you have ground level units along San Antonio, you have all kinds of issues. Raise it up a bit or do landscaping. But the basic statement from us is just that it's not there yet. So we floated a lot of ideas, but really it's up to them. But what's here in front of us again is not working. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. Let's jump into the question of ground floor retail or commercial. We've heard David make a strong pitch against it. I feel the opposite. How does the rest of us want to come down on this? Kendra? Or
I'm gonna jump right in. I think that we need it, whether it needs to be the whole 1,500 square feet, I'm not convinced on, but I do think you need something. And I would also argue respectfully to David that we did, come down pretty hard on 788, that they needed it. And that's right next door. And the Sherman Avenue project in California Ave, while it's closer to a series of residential, or excuse me, a series of retail spaces, it's off to the side, it's down a block, and we still required it there. We pushed hard on them for that there. So either we're gonna sort of set a precedent along this street and in these areas where, again, Sherman's not on the street, but the 788 San Antonio is. We either need to really be thoughtful and say they all need to have a little residential or a little retail. So as you walk down the street, there's a little retail coffee shop, there's a little retail, bike shop, there's a little something that makes that street activated. Or we say that we're not going to push on it and this is just going to be a long walk of nothing but residential. So that would be my argument, is that I think by adding a little bit here and a little bit there, you activate the street as a whole as people walk down it.
board member?
I'm for residential. Or sorry, I'm for retail. Sorry, it starts with R.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Member Chen?
Yeah, I agree. Retail is needed in this neighborhood. And when we just considering the increase of the 8 unit in this neighborhood in the next 10 years or so, we need some retails. And also if we have retails in different projects along San Antonio, then this street will become more pedestrian friendly.
Okay, I agree with the majority of my colleagues. So David, do you want to make one more effort to persuade us otherwise, or have we done this
Well,
enough?
Seems like
You're in the minority here.
I'm sort of in the
And I'm not sure
minority
you're
of
going to sway
one
any opinions. So
of myself.
you're in a minority.
No,
of one.
I actually kind of disagreed with the use of the retail. Even in the other ones, it doesn't animate the front particularly. It creates confusion as to having people from the community coming into a particular private building area. I mean, the access to it isn't all that easy. There's not enough bike parking to get people from the other neighborhoods into a building like this. I like the idea of there being more concentrated kind of shopping areas where you go to. And I think that the street needs design in order to satisfy bike and pedestrian movements much, much better. It's a big throughway. It doesn't really work. I don't think the commercial is going to work. It's my opinion.
Thank you, David. Is anyone changing their position on this? Okay, so I think we have 4 members of the board feel fairly passionately. It seems that you should have some sort of retail or commercial activity on the ground level. Let's next discuss I've listed as transportation, but really it's the question of the trash and utility access to the building, whether that be permitted to be at the curbside. The same thing with ride drop-offs, delivery of packages, small things like that. And perhaps some sort of bicycle lanes access. I made the comment, and I think I heard several others say that really needs to be on site somehow. Is that a fair statement? That you can't just expect you're going to put that all at the curbside of San Antonio Avenue. So somehow you have to provide for a way for the trash to be removed, for packages to be delivered, for people to get to and from the building with the ride sharing on your property.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that.
Agree.
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 Okay, so there we're unanimous. So I really hope that staff can take to heart what we said and really insist that they provide some sort of solution. Okay. I didn't comment on it, but I do feel that the building needs to step back at the top. So I'd like us to discuss whether we want to ask for the massing of the building to be modified. Right now, it's basically a 5-story box with some texture, maybe not enough. Almost every project we've reviewed along San Antonio, we've asked for significant step backs, and I think this building is no different. At the top level, perhaps at the sides. How does the rest of us feel about that? David?
I disagree. I think that the design, you have to look at the design of this with the with this kind of panel background and projecting volumes on it. Some of them transparent, some of them more solid. This is, although I think, as mentioned, the textural aspect of it should be changed, the color should be changed. That the concept is a good idea here, and I hate to see this lost with all of a sudden a setback at the top that changes the basic concept of this design. I do see that the volumes could change where the windows are. You know, they could recess that allows for this balcony to increase 6 inches at least, you know, could be a foot. So the plan changes at the top in terms of the way the volumes, and also I think canopies, et cetera, sunshades for the top floor will not disturb the shape and the idea of the plane that is being projected from, and the whole concept of the face of the building here.
Okay. Who else would like to comment on that question? Ozma?
Sure, I'll make a comment. I think the massing is lacking. It's too simple. It's too much of a box. I think there is some hints I'm seeing now on the 5th floor that there's this little kind of serrated edge happening. I would suggest, if you're going to do that, make it more pronounced. It's too subtle right now. And yeah, I think stepping down is essential, because I think that gives a lot of depth to the facade. Right now, the facade doesn't have a lot of depth. It's relying a lot on the balconies to do that, and the fins to do that, and the white boxes to do that, but they're not really playing together right now. So I think actually the massing needs a ton of work in order to sort of provide more order, make it a bit more simplified so that the concept really shines through.
Yeah, it's important to be clear that what I'm asking for is changes to the mass of the building, not to the textural detailing on the facade. This is not a matter of adding a sunshade or putting a few windows together, recessing one balcony. I think the upper floors need to be stepped back from the lower floors on the front and the sides of the building to some degree, similar to what we requested for the building to the right and what we requested for the hotel up the street. And I think that's been tremendously successful, actually. The hotel is much, much better for what we asked for. compared to what first came to us, which was basically this. But I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks about that. Osma, I see you nodding your head in agreement.
Yeah, I'm very much in support.
Board Member Chen, what's your position on that?
Well, generally speaking, I think I'm okay with what they're proposed here, like relatively flat street front facing. Because it works well for what they're proposed, but I do agree that there could be some step backs at the courtyard. That the courtyard could be like the funnel shape that to bring the more natural light inside the courtyard. But street front, I think it is okay, and I don't have a big issue. I don't want it to be like along San Antonio, it's just like the cookie cutter, every building are just like step back and all the way the same. So there could be some variations.
Thank you. Board Member Rosenberg?
Yeah, I have to say on this particular project, I'm not necessarily inclined to force them to step back the upper level on the front facade specifically. I hear what you're saying, Board Member Balte, about how it, has been successful in some of the nearby related projects. There's no daylight plane here going to San Antonio. There's nothing sort of that we're protecting on this front facade, in my opinion. So I'm less inclined to force the issue there. I would be more in support of, again, funneling towards the courtyard or funneling away from the side buildings. That makes more sense to push back on rather than the front facade. When the front facade, who are we protecting, right? Like we're allowing daylight to San Antonio Street, right? It's not a neighbor, it's not a person. The courtyard matters more, the sides matter more. So that would be my argument, is that if they're gonna step it, yes, the architectural facade will be pretty straight. But again, this buildings that are coming in on the street have enough variation. I think it'll provide additional texture to the streetscape. So I'm not super opposed to the front facade as it is.
So I'd like to address that, though. We're tasked to find, what I'm talking about the massing is regarding to the public facing massing, not the courtyard. That's a separate design issue internal to the building. But we're tasked in part to find that the building is contextually compatible. That is our code. I'll challenge you to look at any other building on San Antonio that's tall. They all have setbacks at the top level. Even the JCC has that wonderful upstairs patio at the top level, deeply recessed upper floor setback. If you look at the hotel, I keep repeating this, but it steps back, I think the third, fourth, and fifth floor has this sort of cascading effect. When you come off the freeway and drive up 101, you will see this 5-story wall very directly. That's why we asked for 788 to step it back. We were quite clear needing to do that. That's the context. I think making the statement that, no, it's okay to have a 55-foot building wall with no real modulation is not in context. I don't think it's good urban design. And that's why I think we should be requiring something more significant.
Can I jump in?
But I'm not, I have a spot.
I was just going to say it also provides,
Let Osma go first. Board Member Thompson, go ahead.
just to piggyback off of that, it provides a precedent for other buildings to also make huge walls that go all the way to the front. And part of something a member of the public mentioned, but I also believe this really strongly, is that this project it needs to be successful, and it can't just be this like big block of oppressive wall across the whole street. We need to give it breathing room from the street, and part of that, I think, is the setback. Board Member Rosenberg, you were saying, like, what are we protecting? I think there's an aesthetic element that we are trying to protect, of like trying to make sure that the street has character, it has modulation on the front, that at least the trees on San Antonio are getting light as well. Even if, there's nobody living there, but those things need to thrive as well.
Okay, Board Member Hirsch, what were you
Yes,
about to say?
please.
Thank you for waiting.
We have a plane that's expressed here, this darker element on which the other elements project. They are sculptural elements to a plane that is establishing a setback. It is setback. I don't know why you're saying there is no setback. There's a setback in the plane of the darker element here. Everything is sculpturally.
Could you show us on floor plan, David, where those changes are that you're referring to? Because I'm
I'm
talking about
looking
the
at
floor
the
plan.
front elevation.
And how deep the setback is?
But where is it on plan?
You kind of got to flip flop back and forth between A 2.4 and A 2.5. And unfortunately, it's not noted what that setback is in dimensions on the plans, which I think would be
It
helpful for
isn't.
next time.
The plans don't show any variation, really.
If you're flipping from A 2.4 to A 2.5, they are set back, but it's only a couple feet and it would be helpful if it's noted what those dimensions are. Pretty small.
I'm not seeing anything, maybe. Okay, so the section is showing a foot setback or so.
I don't know if
So
a
is
foot
that-
counts.
Is that what you're referring to, David, then?
The whole plane of this building is the darker element here. If you look at the front elevation, everything is pushed forward from that. What are we talking about here? There's a pushback on the basic form of the,
I pulled the section onto the screen share here. And so you can see on the left side, which is the San Antonio side, that there is a slight recess, as Board Member Rosenberg noted, that it's not dimensioned, but there is a slight step back, but it's kind of offset by the balcony also projecting some, so.
Okay, noted. I see that. To me, that's not nearly enough from what I'm talking about. I understand that this, David, is part of the partie of this design. I get it.
absolutely. it's
I'm not
part of it.
buying, I'm just sorry, I don't buy this design in this location. I think that's the wrong partie. That's how I feel.
Okay, I feel it is sufficient.
Okay, how does the rest of us feel?
I'll just reiterate, I don't think it's sufficient.
I'm totally fine with this, what currently proposed for the street front elevation.
I appreciate the desire for the setback. My thinking though is that if we actually go back to look at that elevation, or excuse me, that section, you can see they could pull that building quite a few more feet forward, right? They're only holding it back because of the allowance for the balconies. So would we rather allow for this, 2-foot jog, or would we rather have them keep the upper level exactly where it is, but pull those 3-4 middle levels all the way to that setback? And I think that, again, that's a design decision. That's not for us to say, but they're not riding that special setback the whole way. And I do want to allow for the fact that account for the fact that they really haven't tried to create a wall at that setback. They are allowing for some modulation. Whether it's exaggerated enough to be a truly successful design is the question. I'm having a hard time saying it's as much as I would like. It'd be kind of nice if there was a little bit more, but I also don't really want to see them push everything forward to that setback either. So.
Okay, so to staff and the public, I've heard 2.5 votes for and 2.5 votes against.
Well, I
So
don't
that's
think
the
that's
best we can
2.5. That's a little
So
unfair. I think there
don't
was
know what else to say.
a
That's it.
compromise on it,
So-
and it is,
So I think we will come back to this, I'm sure, as we see new presentations, but there's no clear consensus that you need to step the building back. And so that's what it is. We work together here. The next item I had on my list was just the use of the materials on the building, and I heard a fairly consistent commentary that the colors were too cold. One of us, myself, made a comment about the texture, the detailing of the materials. There's been lots of comments about the texturality. That's fairly subjective, but does anybody want to give a little more depth to the comments about the materiality and the texturing of the facade? David?
well, I think that there's been an expression of textures that has been proposed here for it with the panels that are perforated panels, however that's done. And I just think it's moving in the right direction, but it isn't there yet. That really there has to be more of that. In particular, I felt strongly that there needs to be some sun shading at the roof level. And so reuse of some of those materials or another appropriate material for the top to create the shading is an addition to the texturalization. And I think on the ground floor, you could imagine some of that projecting into the And I find that the entry is cold and that you could use those materials or colorations as you move into the building as well. I think I like the idea of the two-story kind of expression and the light from the inside coming out, but that doesn't mean it has to be without texture or color change.
Anyone else care to amplify those comments?
Sure.
Member Thompson?
Yeah, I think in terms of texturality, character, I think the comment is basically a more small scale moves, especially on the ground level, but I could even see that carrying up through the facade that throughout San Antonio's road, we have a lot of texture on the ground level. We have a lot of interesting flow of a lot of depth. You know, some of those walls have a lot of depth with just patterning and character. And so I would say just one scale smaller than what's here on the facade right now, but just having something that's more human scale, that feels, that has a good relationship with the people on the street.
Here.
Anyone else care to comment on this issue? I don't think it's necessary, but if you have, Kendra?
Just very briefly, I just think that I hate to put it this way, it kind of feels like a rough draft. Like you've got one level down, like let's take it to the next level of refinement. That's all we're asking for. Is just take a look at it. Do you really need to have the four white panels be exactly the same? Maybe there could be some variation in texture or even slight color changes. Go from a cream to a white or something. But as far as the gray, I'll support Osman on that having more warmth, wood, natural colors, things like that is definitely more beneficial.
I want to just add a little bit to this, and that is that we've all been talking about, especially Chair Bolte, I think, mentioned the landscaping in the front. And one can imagine that if there are some sort of walls built there that maybe separate a bike path from the landscaped areas, on the top of that bike of a wall that does that separation, you could use some more of that metal topping that creates texture and color and adds to that feeling of texture. Let's leave it up to Ozma's description, which we're going to miss a lot here.
Okay, so that's my list of items to discuss on this particular project. Staff, do you feel we've given you clear feedback on this?
Yeah, but I think if I read back my notes of what I took, that might be helpful. So I turned your 6 points into about 10. So in addition to general refinement to the plans, which I have a more specific list for, but I won't go into at this moment, we've noted that while generally the proposed 2.99 FAR is acceptable, it needs to be potentially allocated in a way that has more thought towards open space. The board has expressed that they do not support a front setback encroachment. However, the open space balconies should be increased to the 6 feet to meet the minimum required by the code. The courtyard open space is not currently adequate, but the applicant will need to consider how to address it. Though I noted at least 2 board members supported doing like a funnel thing. Overall, the separation of public and private space is not adequate separation of the residences from the courtyard. It may be, the applicant should consider if it would be possible for the gym to open up to that space. Additionally, the street facing unit, currently there's only one, maybe that would be changing, would need more of a buffer. The board supports retaining the retail and unanimously agree that circulation needs to be improved for loading, delivery, trash pickup, rideshare, and bikes, specifically needs an on-site loading space as opposed to the curbside. You are split 50-50 on whether or not the upper floors need a step back, but generally it sounds like having slightly more modulation would be supported. and the materials need more warmth. The 2-story entry is good, but at least 2 board members noted that the address signage thing kind of cuts it off, and more ground level human scale texture should be added.
That sounds like a good summary. If I could, I'd like to give the architect an opportunity to clarify, respond to. Do you have any, are you hearing us? Do you have any questions for us or the applicant, whomever?
Wait, can we, there was one more item actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more
Sorry.
second, because I would like to
Sure.
give you a chance though, if you like, just to sort of give us feedback or comment, but go ahead, board member
There's
Thompson.
one more item. I made a comment about the side elevation being too blank. Can the rest of the board comment on that?
Agree. It's reasonably repetitive and just kind of one note.
Be quite visible as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, what, who else? Board member Chen?
Well, actually, I'm okay with what they're proposed because there are some variations and south, is it south or east elevation? The sunshade provides some detail, nice details, and in the future, actually, when the adjacent neighborhood have the 4-story, 5-story build up, then it will not be that obvious for that side elevations.
I think it's a typo. I think it's the south.
And just a note to the architect, there is a minor typo on sheet A 3.1. Those are also labeled as west and east elevations. I believe they're supposed to be north and south, but minor for next time.
If you're going to work on some of the textural issues, the fiber cement panels don't all have to be exactly the same color. There could be some variety on that, subtle variety, which would allow for some improvements in the side elevations as well. If that's carried through from the front to the side.
I've understood that our comments regarding materiality and texturality apply to all sides of the building. I think the side elevations certainly need the same additional treatment. I'm not in the majority thinking that we need to do more modulation on those side elevations. I believe we do, but at least half of us believe it's okay.
I think it's okay as well,
So-
but just that
Are you
some
satisfied-
material change
Are
could
you
be made.
satisfied, Osman, that just saying that the texturality and materiality needs to apply to all sides of the building?
Yes.
Sure.
Is there
Yeah.
anything, do you want to push for something more on the sides? I mean,
No, I
don't
think
know- I don't know what
I
to
think
say.
those things, you're right, might solve the blankness on the side, depending on how it's executed. Yeah.
okay, so we're all in closure on that. So to the architect, if you would like, we'd like to hear what you think. We've asked for a lot. It's been a fairly detailed critique.
So the owner had some answers for you on the commercial, I think. Is it all right?
Well, we're not looking to continue the debate. We're
Okay.
giving you an opportunity to respond to what we've said.
Sure. So
Or ask questions.
in terms of the fiber cement material, the specific brand that we're looking at is a brand called Equitone. And Equitone comes in a wide variety of textures and patterns. I absolutely agree that we are not getting close enough to the building yet for you to see it. But the proposal, and we have in the presentation I gave today, there's actually a closer view of the front entrance. And I think that some of your concerns are immediately addressed by just getting closer to the building so you can see that we have panel joints that are differently spaced in the different color material. But we're also going to be, based on your comments, considering using entirely different patterns that are available. So this particular material, you can get it in a flat smooth. You can get it in what appears to be like a split face stone. You can get it with grooves. And especially at the level of somebody coming up, touching the building, and especially at the ground level, I think those are the kinds of things that we would be looking to enhance in terms of the details. As far as the massing goes, I think always the concern there is that all of the things you're asking for reduce the amount of sellable square footage. And so, yes, Absolutely. As an architect, all day long, I would say, yes, what you're saying, that works, but that's not really our decision. It's something that we'll have to consult with the owner group, whether the proposal that has those changes in it still adequately meets the demands of the pro forma. It's the same tension that every project has. In regards to the parking, wrap parking, we do it all the time. This site is too small. We've got 144 spaces. The entire lower level of parking is already stackers. And so to achieve the same count within, say, a 14-foot volume would take up the entire footprint of the site. So nothing on the front facade. It's just, that even though it's a nice idea, it is for practical purposes not possible on this site. And so, I would set something like that aside. We are aware of the challenges with dewatering this site for sure. The average water table is 8 feet below the surface. I've worked on projects where we're 30 or 40 feet into the water table, and it is a challenge, and so acknowledged. And then also somewhat the admonition that please don't come back here and ask to change it later when you find out just how bad it is. We would definitely want to get ahead of that. And some of the suggestions we can start looking at, like right now in the second basement level, we have 2 high stackers. Maybe we need to look at 3 high stackers and see if we can get it all on one level and just make it a taller level. Then I think in regards to the putting the program of the community program on the courtyard, we can take a look at it. It does present a conundrum because in order to keep the same number of units, that means you have to move those units to the street. And I heard a comment from Commissioner Chen that is also problematic to have street facing ground level residential, but maybe there's a way we can handle it with stoops and garden walls and that kind of thing. One question that I had for planning staff, we were given to understand that no permanent improvements in the 24-foot setback were allowed. Is that an incorrect understanding?
Yes, that's an incorrect understanding.
Okay, so we can't have permanent improvements.
You can have certain improvements. Any sort of building in the setback wouldn't be allowed. But
Building.
Any sort of building in the setback would not be allowed. But
garden walls.
There's
planters.
Typically,
because I think we did suggest planters at one point.
low garden walls would definitely been allowed in the past, and certain things like landscaping and stuff like trees and all that sort of stuff. A lot of grade level patio area. You could certainly program this space for open space. I'm not sure where you got that.
You know what? I'm not sure either, but we're going to change that entire area now. Watch out. We're going to take it in hand. And then I guess this is also back to planning. So trash, utility, delivery access in that 24-foot zone, is that something that we're going to be allowed to do?
Generally, yes. I will note that there are specific comments that the trash hauling reviewers have provided to me that I have not yet relayed to you because I wanted to have the comments from this meeting and that all together.
Okay. Well, hopefully they will all fall in line with what we're talking about, and we could move the transformer somewhere else.
I think that's something we'll probably need to, Emily will need to work with you guys and transportation a little bit more onto in terms of thinking about what the planning and the future is for this area in terms of transportation and how to maybe align those issues. Because I will say that I think several council members expressed similar concerns about congestion on San Antonio and putting loading and trash collection and stuff on that.
Yeah, we're happy to do it. It sounds like a great approach. And I guess the last thing is, of course, the ground floor commercial. Really, our main fear is not that it shouldn't be there. I think we definitely would love for thriving retail to be part of the project. What our main concern is an empty space for the next 5 years. And so I think you can deal with that on a rent basis, but pretty much give it away for free to some But is that really the kind of commercial enterprise we want? It sounds like we're generally convinced that that's a good idea, and so we'll address it how we need to address it. I think my client has comments on that, but we'll pick it up later. That's really my only concern, is that you'll have a string of empty boxes along San Antonio.
Would your client care to address that to us, or? What I'm concerned about is that it prolongs the cycle tremendously if you just consistently don't do what we and the city council have been asking you to do. So I wanna be sure
Understood.
your
Totally
decision
understood.
makers on
Just-
your side are hearing us very clearly.
No, just practical.
Can I say something?
Please, if you could state. and
This
spell
is
your name.
York.
If you
Yeah,
could-
I'm the owner. So for this space, I just want to add
Sorry,
more.
could you spell your name, state and spell your name? We just want to keep it clear.
Yeah, York Lee. Last name is Lee. Yeah, first name is York.
How do you-
Yorke. Last name is Lee.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to add more information because for the whole discussion, I just feel missing some information about the commercial space. Because originally we did discuss with actually pre-screening meeting with council, and this idea already throughout and through whole this process. And the council member on the screening meeting, we discussed. And also we discussed seriously with the planning staff. And for the first floor commercial, and initially brought up, and then council pre-screening meeting suggest us, because it's more benefit, strongly suggest you provide more BMI unit than commercial space, because the requirement is 20%. And then initially we proposed 20%. Now, after several meetings with the planning department, with the council member, and we changed. We provide more BMI unit with one more unit. It is 21% exceed the requirement. The requirement is 20%. So that is an exchange that change back to the commercial. So which idea is more useful? So different people has a different answer. But in terms of real public benefit, council member convince us, and also planning staff convince us, more BMI is more benefit to public than a small commercial space at this particular space. So that is one we are basically beyond the requirement for the 21% BMI we provided. We have a serious discussion on this. That's why I feel it is a missing information we want to provide to board member to know why this come to today has a history, has a 1-year discussion. And the staff can provide more detail about those clues. Yeah, that's why I want to add those two here. So if you have any question, otherwise that's what I want to,
Thank you.
add on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments on that. I think we've all made ourselves clear on how we feel about this.
Would you mind if
Mike?
staff just makes one kind of comment on the record?
Sure, of course, go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of respond to the note about the affordability. I think what, I was actually the planner at the pre-screening for this project. And then Emily took over for the formal application. But I think what I heard at council from individual council members was generally the idea that in terms of the exceptions that are being requested, they felt that more public benefit was needed. And so the context of providing more BMR housing was based on the idea that, if you're going to ask for the exceptions that you're requesting, then we would want to see more, basically. So that's kind of the tie there. Whether the one additional unit that's being provided is sufficient to address those concerns. I did hear at council, I definitely heard from some council members some concerns about kind of the retail component. And so it would, that's something that PTC and the council would be weighing as part of the decision in terms of whether what they've provided is sufficient. I will say that it's also my recollection that the applicant did also provide deeper affordability of the units was the other consideration. If you couldn't provide more BMR units, then considering things like that. And I know staff also expressed that some other considerations were things like doing bike lanes or other transportation improvements to that area.
Thank you, Claire. I'm glad you put that on the
Could I
record.
make a comment
David,
on
go
this?
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that we are asking for some other things that are improvements to this project, changing perhaps the shape of the courtyard, now the inner courtyard, and reducing the unit sizes in order to make that happen at the top of the building. That's a significant change. Moving some other functional use to the courtyard area, I think that's a significant, very significant change. And again, it affects the retail, it affects the commercial aspects of this project in some way. So that's a fair trade-off in improving the design rather than forcing the issue with the commercial, which also has gone through the process as was just described. And therefore, it's our way of getting something for the replacement of that regulation in the design of the building.
Thank you, David. Okay, we're going to close this up. I have the last word. I'm sitting here. To the applicant, I caution you to be careful how you hear what you're hearing from the council and our board. I've been through this for 10 years now. I've watched a lot of projects get approved. Almost everybody ends up putting ground floor retail in. You've heard it clearly from the council. You've heard it from the staff. You've heard it, 4 of us. The extent that you listen is the extent that your project goes smoothly through the process. So please work with us, not against us. We want this to be approved. We want it approved tomorrow if we could. So we're all on the same side on that. We want the housing. We appreciate and really support the big picture of what you're doing. It's a great project. So let's all work together to get it there. So with that, we don't need a motion, right, Claire? We're done.
Oh, we don't need to move to a date uncertain?
Oh, you're right. We do. I'm sorry. We need a, so can I get a motion,
Thank you.
please, to continue this?
I'd like to move this project. I'd like to move that we move this project to a date uncertain.
Anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Can we have a vote, please?
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balze,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is board member questions, comments, and announcements or future meeting agendas. I think what I want to do is cover, we're going to hear out from our colleagues on 2 or 3 of these coming up projects. So which one was first? Claire, could you help me out here? Where did we stand with the organization of this?
Hold on 1 second and let me recall. I believe
I'm looking at which project?
On packet page 9, we're going to be reporting out on 3150 El Camino Real. It looks like if you flip over to packet page 11, you've got 3265 El Camino Real and 3997 Fabian. So I'm happy to start with 3150 if that helps everybody
So
out a little
31,
bit.
okay, so what I'd like is for each one of these projects had a subcommittee assigned to it, and the idea is to report back to us as a whole on what you saw regarding the project with the comprehensiveness of the information that's there, and then secondarily, if there's things you think the rest of us should be looking at. To my colleagues, remember, we're not passing judgment or presenting opinions on the design as of yet, but rather we're alerting our colleagues to feel free to take a note of this, and we can independently report to staff what we think about it, which we'll get to the applicant. The whole idea is to get earlier feedback to the applicants. So with that, the first one is 3150 El Camino, and we had Board members Rosenberg and Hirsch. So one of you please speak to that project.
Happy
Both
to.
of us will speak.
Yeah.
We have discussed the project. We have to discuss the project together.
Right. And we will try and keep our comments brief. It is getting to the end of the day here. I think that David and I discussed this at length. We've had actually 2 different meetings on this before, so I don't want to keep being redundant in my commentary. But so with 3150 El Camino Real, we really looked at the package for completion, and we noticed there were some significant items missing. Number one, we need the blow-ups of the typical apartment floor plans. Without those, we cannot properly assess whether this is actually a functional building, and we need to be able to understand. We do have some, on this, I've just got a print out of the ground floor here. There's very lightly shaded in the floor plan layouts. We really would ask the applicant, they clearly have the information, just set them up on sheets so we can see what is a typical 1-bedroom, what is a typical 2-bedroom. We've asked this repeatedly of previous applicants, and we really would like to see that here as well. The traffic flow and processing plans. We've seen this with some previous applications. I really do think we need to start making this mandatory, that we need to know where they're going to enter this building. We need to know where the traffic is going to go for trash. We need to know where the door dashers and the mail delivery people are going to be going. And we just need to start being very consistent and asking every package application to have these items, because this one does not have it. This is more of a design critique related to, again, it's not passing judgment, but we found some pretty significant issues with the circulation of this ground floor that we would like the other board members and the applicant to note. It has 2 separate lobbies, which potentially will create confusion, especially for anyone dropping off, picking up, or trying to meet somebody who lives in the building. One item I noted is that the residential lobby is at one corner, and to get to the package room, you actually have to leave the building, go through the courtyard.
Kendra, let's be very careful. You're just advising us to look at something. Don't pass judgment on it right now. We're
Okay,
really
so
careful. We're not
fair enough.
reviewing an application. You're just noting that we should look at the circulation.
Perfect. So my comment would be that the circulation of the ground floor should be very carefully looked at, and paths of travel in and out of the building should be noted. And I will leave it at that so as to not cross any boundaries here. The last item was that the bike storage is on the 2nd floor. So please take note of that as well.
Thank you, Board Member Rosenberg. Board Member Hirsch, did you want to add to that?
I want to add into the discussion the process that we've sort of are defining here, that we as a board are making comment on planning aspects that have to do with functionality in the building, and that some of these aspects need to be addressed on all projects, especially now larger projects, at a very early stage in development. And that's part of what our objective here, I think, is. So this is an open subject, which we should be discussing with planning. And I think that I'd like to ask the chair if we could address this in a general way, so that in the future, there is some manner in which either we as a committee, or we as a board somehow, or the chair and the vice chair, however this is done, have discussions with planning at an early stage in order to affect this, these issues to do with functionality.
So noted. I think we should keep pressing this issue, David, and we've discussed this before. We have to be careful right now. We're just reporting out what you observed with this particular preliminary application. Do you want staff to respond to what you just said, David? I mean, we can't really, we don't have this agendized. We're not.
No, I
trying to have this
understand,
discussion now.
Maybe we could hear what they think about
Jody,
it.
I don't know if you want to speak to this or just leave it alone for now.
No, I'm happy to speak about it a little bit, and maybe we need to agendize it for a further discussion, but I guess I want to make sure exactly what I'm hearing. we have an architecture review board checklist that architects look at to know what to submit to us. And as board member Rosenberg was talking about, this sort of traffic flow with the trash room and that sort of thing isn't necessarily mandatory on that checklist. And so maybe that's something that needs to be added. And so if the ARB wants to look at that checklist, we certainly can do that sort of thing. That's what I think I'm hearing, but if it's something else, please tell me.
Well, I don't know that every project needs to do that. If you don't need a trash room in your project, you don't supply it. I think the checklist says you have to show a site plan. To me, it's basic that the site plan has to include things like transportation delivery and drop off. So I don't think we need to put it on a checklist. This is stuff we're just cautioning you is missing information that should be on the site plan.
Yeah,
For
I mean, we
example.
can certainly put in the checklist, that this is only for multifamily projects or something to that degree. But I do think it's not basic for everyone. All architects are different, and it actually helps my staff as well to sort of, go down the list and make sure that everything's there for you.
So why don't we then agendize in the future a discussion where we can help revisit this checklist? David, is that getting closer to what you're thinking of? We
Yes,
haven't been involved in that type of creation in the past.
Yes, I
but-
mean, I don't think this is specifically about the trash location. That's one of the discussions that we had, and Kendra described other issues that it is, in this particular project, the ground floor plan had significant problems relative to visitors, to Jordache, to
David,
packaging, et
please,
cetera. Those are.
Please, David, we're not saying these are problems right now. We're just pointing out that you think your colleagues might want to take a look at this.
Yeah, I do want to be clear that at this moment, for these particular projects, we're very early in the process. We do want to bring them to the ARB's attention, so maybe they can do some early homework in reviewing the plan sets. And if something's missing from the plan set, if there's not a floor plan, not a site plan, something to that degree, that's what we need to hear now. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to summarize, I think I can do this very succinctly. There are 5 items that we feel like are missing that we would like to see. The number 1, the blown up floor plans of the apartments themselves. Number 2, we'd like to see a traffic flow, trash flow, drop off, pick off plan. That will be helpful for us to analyze this. We'd like to see a bike flow plan, a solar analysis to some degree of that courtyard. And the materials need a bit more info and refinement. So that materials board was a little bit lackluster.
Okay, I think that's good feedback for staff and for us. Can we move on to the next project we're going to report out on?
Yeah, I think that's me. It's 3265 El Camino.
Yes, I'm looking at 3265 El Camino, and that was board members Thompson and Rosenberg. And do you, again, both need to speak to this, or can one of you?
No, I've got the summary for
Okay,
everything.
thank you.
So it's a housing project with commercial at the bottom. So things that we noted was, a similar comment about scrutinizing site plan circulation, including the trash pickup. This project also there's like 3 main facades, the one on El Camino and then one on either side that will be very visible. It will be something that our colleagues might scrutinize, as well as the material clarity and landscape choices. In the prelim application, they haven't done the checklist. So we didn't really consider the checklist. It's just a prelim. So I feel like that's a waste of time on our part, since the applicant's going to go through the checklist afterward and do that. But just to our colleagues, that those are the main things that we thought would require scrutiny.
Great, thank you very much for that report. The last project we were going to look at is up to one board members Chen and Hirsch, 3997 Fabian Way.
Yeah. So
And again, do both of you need to speak to that, or?
I will start, and David, maybe you can add.
Okay, so why don't you describe and tell us what you
Okay.
saw?
So similar comments as the other housing projects. So first, we want to provide the circulation diagrams showing like the visitors flow, where they park and how they get access to the lobby. and also the bicycle access, garbage collection, mail delivery, food delivery, ride share, etc., etc. And second, we want to have the applicant show to show the distance to the amenities or the facilities like the distance to the trash room, to the elevator, to stairs or laundry, if any, because for other similar housing projects that we talked about before, there are some requirements we put for that project that is maximum distance should be less than 200 feet. And third one is to provide, to show the distance between the proposed building and the adjacent building, because for this project, there is the existing housing unit at the JCC quite close to just next to the property. So we want to know the distance between the buildings. And the fourth item is to provide additional sections showing elevation changes, such as the ramps at the garage and the pool, so that it functions right and there is enough clearance to make everything happen. And the last one is to provide enlarged unit floor plan, and also we believe it is the backup house on the ground floor, or David mentioned it could be for biking. We're not sure what's that about, so we want to see the layout of the BOH. And that's it. Thank you.
David, did you want to add to those comments?
A little bit. We want to see the relationship of street parking to those particular facilities within the building for servicing the building and for just general street parking and access to the building. We need to, as similar to the project today, to understand the sun angles in the open courtyards. I think that's it. Yeah, those are fine.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we've reported that on 3 projects. As a housekeeping matter, we're expecting to hear back from Board Member Chen, I think at our next meeting, the first one in September, regarding the bird safe glazing feedback. So that's the end of our reporting out. So the last item is to publicly acknowledge our thanks to Board Member Thompson, who is retiring from our board today. I'll give each board member a chance to give a quick note on that if they'd like to. Kendra?
I would like to dive into that. I just want to say, you know, I'm a newer board member here and I really appreciated coming into the board. You were the chair and it's been really wonderful working with you and really feeling very inspired by you and very excited for you on your new adventure.
Anyone else?
Well, I guess I'm one of the 2 longest members, longest experienced with Ozma on our board. And I've been sensitized to textures, materials, colors over the years now. And I wasn't so much so when I came on this board. So I have to thank her for a bit of a lesson on keeping good view of the materials and materiality of buildings. You know, I'm now much more sensitized to that. So I think I'll miss the camaraderie even more than everything else.
Anyone else? Board Member Chen or staff?
Yeah, actually, I have this quite similar feeling as what Vice Chair Rosenberger just mentioned. I do appreciate you as the chair when we just first joined the board, and it makes us a very smooth and easy transition as the new members to the board, and I do appreciate it. And also, I think it's fun to work with you, to learn with you, and to hear all the wide range of perspectives from you to each of the meeting, and also to see how you ask questions and to push back. So I think it's really, you set a really good example to the future members who want to join the board, and it's definitely you're gonna be missed, and I wish you very much good luck for your new chapter.
Yeah, I'd love to say something. Yeah, so this is the first board that I'm a liaison to, and I've been here for about 7 years, so pretty much most of the time that you've been on the board. So yeah, I really have appreciated your comments, and I think I sent a note to you, but each board member from a staff perspective kind of leaves their mark in terms of something that they always comment on. And I definitely think that you've really championed sustainability aspects, passive ventilation and rooftop and bringing greenery in. And I think that's a really valuable thing that you've brought to the city. So.
Okay, well.
I don't know that I can add much more to that, but just we really do appreciate your work on this board, and whoever convinced you that it wasn't going to take a large amount of time. We chuckle at that, but it does take a fair amount of time, but all of that effort is very much appreciated. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Ozma. It's been a distinct honor and pleasure to have you as a colleague on the board, as a professional colleague, and most of all, as a friend. This is really wonderful, and I thank you very much for your friendship. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.